Tumekuwa kipaumbele kudadavua taarifa za kutwa kila siku kwenye Open Forum Political Show. Tangu Januari, sasa Disemba tunayo. Tunachukua nafasi ya kipekee kusema asante mtazamaji na mpenzi wa kipindi cha Open Forum Political Show na Sound Candid Talk. Unaposherehekea sikukuu ya Christmas na mwaka mpya, tunakuahidi mema zaidi. Sound Candid Talk, we wish you Merry Christmas and Happy 2025. Watu wa Mungu, Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Kipindi cha mahubiri kimerudi tena kwa kishindo kwenye Sound Candid Talk. Tunakufundisha, kukuelimisha na kukutia moyo kwenye Daily Bite. Mafundisho kamili ya Biblia kila siku kwenye runinga uipenda ya Sound Candid Talk. Tunazunguka kote kote mchana kutwa kukuletea taarifa na matokeo ya habari kutoka pembe zote za ulimwengu. Jioni tunaweka mduara wa kujadili taarifa zizo hizo kwa mapana na marefu. Ungana nasi kila siku ya wiki kwenye matukio ya siku saa 2 jioni kwenye Sound Candid Talk. Matukio ya siku, makao makuu ya habari kuu ya siku.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Sound Candid Talk, Open Forum Political Discussion Show, the show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, a lot has been going down today and the day before on the alarming realities of abductions. And it is sad that these are ongoing despite the outcry of Kenyans as well as different people from every walk of life who are not taking these sitting down. Now, on the latest, the former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has issued a statement, and in his statement, his revelations are revealing. The revelation goes that there is a special secret squad of the police that is neither operating under the operation of the usual chain of command of the police, that is from the police inspector and to the rest of the DCI and the NIS. It's a special squad whose command we can only guess where it's being commanded from. There's been allegations by Mother Karua and Rigathi Gachagua's implication that this command squad is being commanded from State House is yet to be confirmed. And therefore, I call upon us as Kenyans, even as we begin to engage on this, we look keenly into the revelations that Rigathi Gachagua has given on the matter, and then, of course, why would this squad be important, to be necessary and so vital that a whole government machinery should engage it in trying to intimidate and, instill fear in the hearts and in the minds of Kenyans on matters that are obvious. This government is unpopular. This government is becoming unpopular with every passing day. If because its operation is not pro-people, its operation is pro-themselves, by themselves, for themselves, at the expense of Kenyans. And that is why the unpopularity cannot be quelled down, or rather cannot be helped by reason of intimidating, arresting, and abducting Kenyans who are voicing out their expressions, how they are unsatisfied with the performance of this administration, only 2 years in office. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we begin to engage, I call upon you, please be on the forefront to invite somebody, remind somebody the show is on. We are live on Sound Candid Talk Live YouTube channel, Sound Candy Talk, TikTok channel. Thank you so much. We yet to connect on Facebook, giving it some minutes. The Facebook has a way of frustrating this particular show. Every other show connects on Facebook without problem. It appears somebody is keen to see to it that the open forum doesn't start without hiccups. But all in all, I want to salute everybody who is joining from wherever you are. Thank you so much as we start the conversation. Raila Odinga also had a 30 minutes interview with Citizen TV and gave some revelations about what is going on. It has been reported, it's been drummed up, it's been announced. There is a handshake government, and he denies no official agreement. It is all William Ruto arranging his administration, and his request is to have a so-called broad-based government, but it's all his imagination and his own creation. There is no formal agreement between the political parties that seem to be contributing cabinet secretaries and other appointees in the government. Whether that is anything to go by or not, it is all left for you to judge. But from the look of things, it appears the person obsessed with broad-based government and who can't do without broad-based government is one William Ruto. But all in all, let's keep going as we engage. Please, karibisha mtu makinika na hakikisha kwamba wewe uko mstari wa mbele kukumbusha watu wa subscribe kwa Sound Candy Talk Live. Bado hatujafaulu kupata Sound Candy Talk, kwa hivyo hakikisha kwamba kila mtu amekumbushwa kwamba Sound Candy Talk Live YouTube channel hiyo ndio inafanya, hiyo nyingine bado iko tabani. Lakini nashukuru kwa vyote vile, tutakuwa hapa, tutasema, tutachambua, tutaweka mambo wazi ili kila kitu kijulikane bila kuficha chochote kile. Kwa hivyo asante sana na kuomba tu makinika, usitazame kipindi peke yako, ni kinyume na desturi, alafu wewe ukue mstari wa mbele kungamua yote ambayo unapasa kuyasema ipasavyo. Tutaanza na ile habari ya kwanza ambayo inahusu nini? Inahusu Rigathi Gachagua na toleo lake la leo linalo ngamua mambo, kuonyesha kwamba hii serikali ndiyo iko kinyume na Wakenya na ndiyo ambayo inatekeleza unyama kinyume na Wakenya, kwa sababu Wakenya wameikataa. Inaonekana kwamba Rigathi Gachagua basi yeye ana maoni yake kuhusu mambo haya na angependa yatekelezwe vingine, sio vile yanavyotekelezwa. Sijui wewe unaonaje mambo haya, na kukaribisha kwa moyo mkunjufu. Hakikisha uko mstari wa mbele kuwa wewe ndiye ambassador mkubwa wa Sound Candy Talk Live, mazungumzo haya kwa kina, na kuomba tu tumia hiyo link ambayo tumeweka kwa comment section kuingia studio, ili na wewe ukachambue mambo haya katika kuyaweka wazi, ili kila Mkenya ayapate kwa njia inayoeleweka. Tuanze na hiyo habari ya Gachagua na revelations zake kuhusu the special squad, secret squad by the Ruto administration that is leading into the abducting of Kenyans who are voicing out their frustrations about their government. Let's go.
Meanwhile, former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has accused President William Ruto of sanctioning the abductions of young Kenyan men who have defied with the Kenya Kwanza administration on social media. Rigathi says the abductions are being conducted by a secret police unit. Its position being corroborated by NARC Kenya party leader Martha Karua, who also condemned the abductions while calling for the immediate release of the abductees. The Law Society of Kenya has also called out the Inspector General of Police for being economical with the truth, as Bridget Singana now reports.
Merry Christmas, good people.
Merry Christmas.
Speaking at his Madera home in Nyeri County,
Former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua blamed his former boss, President William Ruto, for masterminding the forced disappearances of young men and women who have expressed their dissatisfaction with his leadership, especially on social media.
This is the first administration in the history of this country to target children for repression and persecution. Even the colonial administration, brutal as it was, it never went for the children.
Rigathi says the continued abductions have vindicated his statements in the wake of the June anti-government protests, and he believes the abductions are being organized by a secret police force operating within Nairobi's central business district.
There is a building in Nairobi, the 21st floor, in the city center, where this unit is operating from, led by a certain Mr. Abel. Will be giving a second name the next 1 week or so. There's a unit of officers drawn from across security agencies that are not under the command of the Inspector General of Police. Abel is a cousin to a very senior government official in this administration. And if this unit is not dismantled, we'll be giving the name of the building and the full names of that officer and his cousin in this administration.
NARC Kenya party leader Martha Karua siding with the former deputy president in demanding for the release of the abductees.
I know it is security agencies commanded from the State House, and I'm saying that without batting an eyelid. We are reminding William Ruto that Kenya has a constitution, and we are demanding that all abducted persons be released forthwith to celebrate the festivities with their families the way William Ruto is celebrating with his children.
In a statement to newsrooms, the Law Society of Kenya called for the resignation of the Inspector General of Police, Douglas Kanja, for failing to provide the whereabouts of the missing Kenyans, yet his officers have been implicated to be behind the forced disappearances. According to the Kenya National Human Rights Commission, 82 Kenyans have disappeared in unclear circumstances of forceful abduction since the June anti-government protests in the country. The Law Society of Kenya is now calling on the parents who've been affected to come forward and make reports with them as they anticipate to lodge cases against the government. Kenyans have also raised their voices against the abductions.
So mimi nasema hii mambo kwa abduct, hii mambo iishe bana jo. Unajua hadi inatupea wasiwasi kwa street. Vijana kwa udwa wanashangaa hadi saa kunaendaje.
Gava, kasi nyinyi nando na abduct watu ni akina nani? Mnafaa kutafuta watu. Juu mnasema si nyinyi, ni masanse. Lakini sisi tuko sure ni nyinyi.
The IG accepting that it is not the police, it only means that he is incompetent, that he can't do his work, that he needs to leave the office. That's the only thing.
Bridget, Ghana, NTV.
Aliyekuwa naibu
Okay, mambo ni kama hayo. Gachagua asema basi kuna squad speciali ambayo inafanya hiyo kazi ya kukamata wa Kenya kiholela. Wanasema inafanya hiyo kazi kutoka jengo fulani hapa mjini Nairobi kwa 21st floor. Kuna wapekuzi ambao wamepekua wakahesabu, wengine wanasema hiyo ndio Nyayo House. Sijui wewe unasemaje, lakini kwa haya yote ni lazima tuanze kuangalia kwa kina ni kipi kinachoendelea katika nchi hii. Ni kipi hiki ambacho kimemuogopesha William Ruto kiwango cha kufikia kuweka genge la maaskari fiche kwenda kutekeleza unyama wa kukamata wa Kenya kuwapeleka sehemu ambayo haijulikani. Mbona serikali ifanye mambo kama haya? Na kama ni serikali kweli na ni serikali ya wananchi ambayo inapaswa kushughulikia wema na mafanikio ya wananchi, usalama wa wananchi, mbona ifikie kiwango cha kuenda sasa kuanza kugandamiza hao wananchi, kuwashika kiholela kinyume na sheria? Because this is now no longer it cannot be looked at as a government operation. It is without the structure of the command chain of the police and the other operatives. Now, I would want to call on you to help me make sense of this. What pushes a government to this extent where they can operate outside the law when every government is supposed to be within the framework of the provision of the Constitution? Is it that William Ruto doesn't want to operate within the Constitution provision? And if that is the case, why should he continue to be in office if he swore to uphold the Constitution and govern Kenya according to the rule of law? Is this the rule of law when he blatantly ignores the Constitution, arrests people, or rather abducts people outside the Constitution, holds them against the Constitution, and then he continues to parade himself around as the leader of this country? Well, I need to hear what you think on the same. Please make haste and get in the studio. Those of you who wish to speak up, please, let's engage. Time is already running, and we would want to get this done in the shortest time possible. Appreciate everybody who is joining. 32 people. Let's get more people to join and be part of the great conversation. I believe by this, we are going to get to the bottom of what is happening. And it is very sad that our country that is supposed to be leading the way in terms of democratic space and civilization, we are now dragging ourselves in the mud by going for all the primitive ways of governance that don't make sense. If somebody has broken the law, let him be arrested according to the law, arraigned before the courts, and his whatever crime spelled out, and let them answer for it. So why should you be, operating outside the Constitution, outside the law, and still claiming to be in the office according to the law? Is it that William Ruto wants to have a selective application of the Constitution? And if that's the case, does that make him legitimate? Does that make him viable? Does that make him, legitimate in terms of, is he operating the way he should operate? What I mean is, if he chooses which law to obey and which law to disregard, is he fit for the office? And if he's not fit for the office because he has violated the Constitution, why should we retain him? That's my invitation to you. Help me make sense of it. Because kama afuati sheria, na yeye ndio mlinzi mkubwa wa sheria, yeye ndio kiongozi wa Constitution mzima, yeye ndio mwenye kusimamia nchi na kila kitu kinachohusu nchi. Kama yeye mwenyewe afuati sheria, sisi kwa nini tufuate hiyo sheria? Ambona atulazimisha kufuata sheria ambayo sio? Saa hii sasa watu wasitengeneze cartoon, wasimkejeli, wasiseme lolote, wakisema hivyo watakamatwa. Kukamatwa, anakamatwa nje ya sheria. Sheria inasema mtu akikamatwa atolewe mbele ya judge between 24 hours. Hawa watu wanakamatwa, wanapelekwa sio police station. They are not booked anywhere. Nobody knows where they are. This is kidnap. This is operation outside the Constitution, which is criminal. And now when the government begins to commit crime, where do we take it? Kenyans, let's speak up. Thank you everyone who is joining. Please, let's be on the forefront to participate into the show. Asanteni sana wanaokaribisha wenzao alafu wanachangia katika masuala haya. Nashukuru Kitonga, karibu kwa show, asante sana. Dahi Abdi, karibu kwa show, asante. Tuni Mhamuda pia, asanteni sana kwa kufika. Ubuntu dada yetu ka, asante, karibu kwa show. Thank you everybody. William Adilo, karibu kwa show. Naomba tumakinike. Gachagua said the abductor his first name is Abel. next week you'll be mentioning the second name. Haya, ndio inasemekana, na kuna wale ambao washapata hayo majina yote matatu. Nimetumiwa somewhere on WhatsApp. Unfortunately, I can't access WhatsApp while I'm on live, but we will see what to do. But all in all, kwangu mimi nchi hii inapaswa kukombolewa moja kwa moja. Kama wewe unataka kuwa rais wa nchi na hutaki kufuata sheria, haikubaliki. Haikubaliki kokote kule. Kinachokufanya rais ni katiba. Ofisi ya rais inalindwa na katiba. Ofisi ya yoyote ile ya serikali inalindwa na katiba. So wakati katiba haifai na katiba haitekelezi kazi, basi hizo ofisi zote zinafungwa. Hizo ofisi zote zinafungwa kwa sababu zinalindwa na katiba. So kama katiba haipatii hayo ofisi yako, hakuna vile utaendelea kuwa kwa ofisi. Kwa hivyo mimi kile ninachosema hapa, kama William Ruto ameshindwa kufuata sheria, ameshindwa kufuata katiba, ameshindwa kutekeleza wajibu wake kama rais, basi ang'atuliwe kutoka kwa ofisi. Ajingatue kwanza, asingoje ang'atuliwe. Yeye awajibike. Kuwajibika ni kuresign. Let him resign so that somebody competent can get in office and be able to do what Kenyans need done. Not these games that he's playing by setting up killer squads or intimidating squads that are operating outside the framework of our security system to wreak havoc against innocent Kenyans. It doesn't sit well with anyone, I believe, every right-thinking Kenyan. So let's please be on the forefront to do that. Kama unakuja studio, link nimepeana. Naomba tafadhali tu nisaidie kupeana kwa kina Mama Selina, Lala na wengineo wa WhatsApp. I can't access my WhatsApp here. There is a problem and is yet to be sorted out. But all in all, thank you everyone. We are live and we are here to put everything in its proper perspective. So hiyo masuala ambayo Rigathi Gachagua anatoa kwangu mimi yanaumiza sana, kwa sababu haifai kabisa kuwa na serikali ambayo inageuka kinyume na wananchi. Serikali inayogeuka kinyume na wananchi. Now that the government is the one fighting Kenyans, where will Kenyans go for safety? If the government is the one putting the lives of Kenyans at risk, where will they report the matter? This is the disturbing reality that each one of us needs to ask themselves. When the person that is supposed to protect you now turns into your predator, where do you go? How do you live? How do you go about life? This is the paradox of the William Ruto administration. And I want you also not to forget the background of the William Ruto administration in terms of when he came in office. What was his promise? What was his vow? What was his, oath of office? You notice that his oath of office, or while he was in office, the promises that were made was such that he took that he will not be party to any extra judicial killings or any extrajudicial operatives, not to use security apparatus for political reasons. All those, it appears, were hypocritical and not necessarily meant from the heart when he was giving those statements. They were all empty words, empty rhetorics that meant nothing to Kenyans and meant nothing in terms of what Kenyans should expect. Let's listen further on this story of Rigathi Gachagua and the secret squad that is
alleged the presence of a special unit operating outside the normal police command, whose specific mandate is to abduct dissidents and critics of the government, and which is led by a person he only identified as Abu. Gachagua, who spoke at his Mathira home today, called for the immediate resignation of head of security agencies in the country, demanding full responsibility from President William Ruto over the recent spate of abductions.
Merry Christmas, good people.
After lying low for days amidst the high-octane politics in the country and a spike in abduction cases, Friday, former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, who spoke from his Omunyoro home, Mathira in Nyeri County, broke his silence over recent abductions believed to be conducted by the police. Gachagua, who was the second in command in the country for the past 2 years, claiming that a special unit of the police operating outside the police command structures was the one abducting Kenyans.
There is a unit of police officers that are not under the command of the Inspector General of Police that are carrying out these abductions and killings. There is a building in Nairobi, the 21st floor, in the city center, where this unit is operating from, led by a certain Mr. Abel. Abel is a cousin to a very senior government official in this administration.
Gachagua threatening to spill the beans if the abductions continue.
And if this unit is not dismantled, we'll be giving the name of the building and the full names of that officer and his cousin in this administration.
Gachagua saying his call for the resignation of the NIS Director General 6 months ago was a position he still held, and this time adding the top leadership of other security agencies in the country to the list of officials he wants out of government.
I also demand the resignation of the Inspector General of Police, the Director of Criminal Investigations, and the Director General of the National Intelligence Service. They have clearly failed Kenyans.
The former DP also wants his former boss to take full responsibility for the whereabouts of the abductees.
President William Ruto must take full responsibility and immediately address these egregious violations. To remain silent or inactive is to suggest that these actions are being carried out with his knowledge and consent.
Gachagua maintained he will chart his own path following the recent handshake between President Ruto and retired President Uhuru Kenyatta, which saw allies of the former head of state appointed to cabinet.
I don't know whether Uhuru is going to Ruto. I don't have such information. I'll never follow anybody. I'll always follow the people.
This comes just hours after the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights raised a red flag over the recent surge in cases of abduction, documenting 29 persons who remain missing since the abductions began in June this year. Emmanuel Toh, Citizen TV, Nairobi.
Sorry, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for staying and keeping at Sound Candy Talk. The Human Rights Commission there gives us statistics of missing people that cannot be accounted for. And it looks like there is something amiss. Somebody say can't hear me. Confirm if you can hear me, please. Sorry, are you able to hear me, Tuni? Sauti yangu imenaswa tena? Ladies and gentlemen, confirm if you can hear me. Okay, thank you. Sorry, there was a mix-up in the microphone, but I think now it's okay. Thank you so much. Well, I'm bringing up the issue of the 82 missing people, according to the Human Rights Commission there. How do we sit back as a country and continue explaining or giving stories about 82 missing people? I mean, this is unheard of. Where does this take place? That 82 people disappear in thin air, and we are still continuing, singing and talking. This is not it. This is not it. And so, as Kenyans, I think we must change. We must change and begin to lay a demand. And I would also want that the immediate families of these people need to come to the forefront. We can't continue like this. I mean, this is unbelievable. This is unbelievable. And so whatever revelations that Gachagua is bringing up and giving us names and the building where the abductions, or rather the squad that is doing abductions, is held, and they are cousins to a senior officer in the government, all those stories, they are good, yes, they are good leads, but no, we can't be a country where 82 people disappear in thin air, and then we continue eating, sleeping, waking up, going out and coming back. Hapana, lazima tuamke na tuanze kupasa sauti yetu. Haiwezekani sisi kupoteza wenzetu alafu tunaendelea kama kawaida, kwa sababu kile kinachoendelea hapa ni wanasiasa wanacheza karata zao. Wale wanashiriki viti wanashiriki, wale wanachukua, wanaingizwa serikalini, wale wanaondolewa, wale wanaongozewa madaraka, wale wanaongozewa mshahara. Life continues as if nothing has happened. 82 people is not a small number. It's not even a single life that cannot be accounted for by any government. That is the end of that government. That's the end of that government. And so if a government cannot account for its people, it is a dead, is a collapsed, it's what? A failed state. That's what we are talking about. Yes, what makes government is its ability to be able to account for each and every individual. Now that the Ruto administration cannot account for 82 people, it should not be in office. It should not. It should not. We need a sensible person in office who is able to account for Kenyans. From the infant, from the stillbirth, from all, each and every Kenyan life matter. So why are we treating these 82 people as if they are nothing? Well, I call upon you. Let's come forth. Let's speak up. Let's air what we feel about this. To me, it is unbelievable. It's unbelievable that we can fall to this extent. I know stuff happen. I know things fall apart, but not to this extent. Not to this extent. And so, as a people, something needs to happen to us. Something needs to happen to us. I think Kenyans, we are too individualistic and too selfish to cause the change we need. I don't know. You will help me. Well, thank you everybody. Naomba tafadhali wale mnaingia studio mwai mapema tukaseme mambo haya. Kama unakuja njooni, kama mji basi mimi nitachambua story zote kisha nitang'atuka. Kwangu mimi naamini kwamba inchi lazima ibadilike, na kuibadili inchi lazima kujitolea. Lazima kujitolea. Hapa sioni kabisa. Sioni kabisa. There is absolutely no explanation why we should continue singing the national anthem, why we should continue saluting the police and respecting the whatever different sectors in government when we cannot account for 82 people. No, not in this civilized wherever digital age. It can't work. It can't work. So where are these people? Where did they disappear to? Huh? Nipe majibu. Kama unaogopa kuingia studio basi weka hapo kwa comments, nasoma tu. Weka pale kwa comments. Nashukuru wale wa TikTok, asanteni kwa hizo likes. Please hakikisha una tap screen, unasaidia ku keep screen alive, isizime, ili kila mmoja ajue kwamba tuko hapa na tunaangalia masuala haya kwa kina. Kwangu mimi haikai vizuri kabisa. Haikai vizuri kabisa. Hatuwezi kuwa na serikali ambayo haijui watu wake wako wapi. Serikali jukumu lake la kwanza ni kulinda watu, sio kulinda mali, kulinda watu. Mtu mmoja akifa lazima serikali ijue. Mbona hii iwezi kusema watu 82 people missing have not been accounted for since June, and we are still singing the national anthem? Are we still saluting the flag? Are we still calling ourselves a republic? No. With a functioning government, having a president, deputy president, parliament, judiciary, all of those organs functioning, and we can't account for 82 people. Hapana. Mwache mchezo. Let's end this madness once and for all. So Kenyans, let's get angry enough to do something about this. This cannot continue. This cannot continue. And so let's get out. Let's make this government do what they are supposed to do, or get out of office. You are in charge of which country? Where does this happen? I don't think even this happens in Somalia. 82 people missing. And we are still singing? Apana. And now that the government is implicated in all this, they should come out clean. They should produce these 82 people. Where are all the activists? Let's get out. Let's demand these 82 people should be produced. That killer squad or abducting squad needs to be located. And there were some provisions given by some people who are saying now that the IG says it doesn't know who is abducting people. The DCI has denied it. The police have denied it. It means the operating squad is a gang. It's a gang of thugs, and they should be treated as so, not no more as police. Now that the police says they don't know them, the DCI say they don't know them, the NIS say they don't know them. Now it is clear it is a gang of robbers, and let the robbers be dealt with like robbers. Let the robbers be dealt with as robbers, not for them to be treated as police anymore. So Kenyans need to now beef up their security. And anybody who is not identifying themselves as a police and is not coming to arrest you in the right way, resist the arrest. Resist the arrest, raise the alarm, and let Kenyans come to your aid. Things should not continue like this. We are not in a banana republic. And if we are in the banana republic, let it be known. Let it be known so that Kenyans can arrange for their own security. Kenyans can arrange for their own security. Why should somebody be drawing a salary, driving cars, roaming around the country, pretending to be in charge when he's not in charge? If you can't account for 82 Kenyans, you are in charge of the country? How? Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Let's keep going as we continue to look at the issues arising from this. That is Rigathi Gachagua's story on abductions. He says he has info that he will be releasing in a week's time A week's time is too long, in my opinion. If he has any information that should help get these lives or save these lives, he should move with speed and not play politics with the livelihood of Kenyans. Well, I also invite your participation into the poll question. We're asking whether you believe the abduction is being done by the special squad secret unit outside of the police chain. You yes or no answer is invited on our YouTube channel, Sound Candy Talk Live. I also want to encourage us to ensure that we subscribe to Sound Candy Talk Live. If you had subscribed to the other channel, I still want to report and let you know that the channel is still out of our control. It was taken over by some of our enemies, and therefore we are in serious casing with YouTube to get the control back. So in the meantime, make sure that you are subscribing to this particular channel, Sound Candy Talk Live, and we also encourage you to join as a member. If you are a member of Sound Candy Talk, you are a member of Sound Candy Talk. We told you to disable your details on Sound Candy Talk Live so that your contribution doesn't go there. Then change it to this particular channel that is within our control. So I'm sharing the link on how to join as a member of Sound Candy Talk Live. Otherwise, I want to appreciate each one of you for continuing with your support and commitment to Sound Candy Talk, who will be here to see to it that everything works out as planned. Let's hear out some of the members of parliament and some political leaders who are in support of the arrest of people for their, calling it, excesses on social media. I don't know whether you agree with them or not. I would want to also get your view on the same, but it appears there are some in the, what is it called? Some in the political arena who want Kenyans to be kind of, they say they deserve to be arrested because they are misusing social media. I don't know what your opinion will be on the same, but let me just get that particular video so that you can see it and judge for yourself. Is this it that some members of parliament now support the arrests that are taking place by reason of those perceived to be misusing social media? When does social media amount to being used? Okay, let's
Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah and his minority counterpart Junet Mohammed are calling for the arrest of individuals allegedly misusing digital platforms, citing rising cases of online criticism. Linking the surge in abductions to provocative online activities, the leaders condemned what they termed as dehumanizing attacks and urged authorities to invoke the law to rein in offenders. This even as Interior and National Administration Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen maintains that relatives of abductees should report the abductions to the police. Our reporter Jasmine Wamboy brings us the details.
Political leaders allied to President William Ruto are calling on the Directorate of Criminal Investigations to intensify the crackdown against individuals accused of violating the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act of 2018. The leaders spoke in Bungoma County, where they had gone to condole with the family of National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula, who lost his mother, Anna Nanyama Wetangula.
Arrest them and make it public that you have arrested people and take them before courts of law so that it becomes a deterrent to those who are misusing computers, artificial intelligence, not only to insult and to do very uncouth things, very uncivilized things.
To wish anybody death, to wish anybody harm is a crime under our law. Please, those who are using social media, communicate, raise funds, seduce each other if you are men and women, but stop causing despondency, hatred, and dividing our society on lines that can be dangerous for our country.
Ishungwa even dismissing some reported cases of abductions as fabricated, claiming they are politically motivated.
We have seen people alleging that they have been abducted, kidnapped, then they show up, all out of political expediency. If anybody alleges that they have been kidnapped, abducted, and they are not, they should also be arrested and charged.
Minority leader Junaid Mohammed has urged parents to take greater responsibility for their children's actions, warning against the normalization of harmful and unethical behavior on digital platforms.
Unaruhusu watu mtoto yako anaweka mtu kwa sanduku, hatua ikichukuliwa unalia, unapiga kelele. Mbona ulizuia kuua mtu mwingine? Mtu ambaye amewekwa kwa sanduku ni kama mtu amekufa.
And with the number of abductions this month at 6, Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen maintains that the police service is not involved.
And I want to request the families, the neighbors, the friends of the people who have been, who are said to be unaccounted for, to report that information to the police, and we will support the police to make sure that they do thorough investigations to establish the whereabouts of those citizens.
Jasmine Wambui, Citizen TV.
Now, 4 more families are seeking answers from the government on the whereabouts of their kin. The distraught families say efforts to trace the missing persons have proved futile, and their whereabouts of their loved ones remain unknown for the last 2 weeks. Now, this comes at a time when civil society organizations are demanding the immediate and unconditional release or presentation to court of any illegally detained persons. Rozongoi has more details.
The mystery surrounding the escalating cases of kidnapping in the country continues to deepen. As the number of missing persons reportedly abducted continue to rise, more families are coming forward claiming alleged abduction of its members by people believed to be security agents. Monica Mwende has been searching for her missing brother, Kalani Mwema, who was allegedly abducted on December 16th in Mlolongo.
Alibebwa na wanaume wengine wawili, akabebwa na gari, watu walikuwa wamevaa mask na hajulikani mahali alipelekwa.
Alichukuliwa na watu ambao wanajifanya ni polisi na mpaka saa hii hatujawapata. Tumetafuta, tunataka haki itendeke, brother wetu apatikane. Tumekuwa tumesunguka police station zote, hakuna mahali tumepata brother yetu.
Martin Mwautu has been missing. His family claims he was abducted by unknown men on 16th December.
Alichukuliwa na watu ambao hawajulikani. Walikuwa wanaita polisi.
The men were on mask and their car number plates were being hidden. So since that day, my brother has been missing for 2 weeks now. Their phone has been switched off since that day. We don't know where they're about. They are not to police station.
4 devastated families are seeking answers from the government on the whereabouts of their kin, not knowing whether their loved ones are alive or dead. The agony many families of tens of missing persons are suffering.
We have a record of more than 93 Kenyans who have been abducted since June 2024. In December alone, we have documented 13 abductions, with the most recent one being yesterday evening.
It's so painful for somebody to spend a week without knowing your brother, your son, where he is, a whole week.
The abduction of young government critics has enraged Kenyans even as authorities deny involvement. The civil society organizations are not convinced and are calling on the government to come clean on the matter.
So we want to know from Mr. President, your Inspector General of Police has told Kenyans that it's not the police abducting. Are you also in agreement with IG? And then, if it's not the police, then who is doing this?
This means we are having people whom we cannot refer to as terrorists. Therefore, if the president cannot handle terrorists, we want to demand that he do a presser, tell the world that he cannot handle terrorists in his country.
We are only giving them 48 hours. By Monday, we need the release of all people that have been abducted with the exact statement of where they have been.
Jumatatu ijayo, kama mbaya, tumeamua kwamba tutarudi kwenye barabara kwa sababu lugha ambayo mnaelewa ni lugha ya barabara, lugha ya maandamano.
Pressure is piling up on President William Ruto to end abductions and to release or present to court of any illegally detained persons, including the 29 still missing if in police custody. Ruzongui, NTV.
Investigations editor.
Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. That is how the situation looks in our country, where we have a functioning government that is disjointed and confused about the welfare of the Kenyan people, of which is their number one responsibility. This is unimaginable, unbelievable that we can still call ourselves a republic with a functioning government when our story looks and sounds as it is sounding. It is very sad. It is it's something else altogether. All in all, thank you so much for being part of the conversation. Please give us your views on the same. The link to use to get in the studio is already in the comment section. I expect you to come in and strongly be part of this great conversation. Thank you, those who are trying to call me on WhatsApp. My WhatsApp is problematic, and now you can find me on Airtel line. Airtel line. Those who have my Airtel line. Mama Selina, I think I've gotten you now. You can get the link. I've just inboxed you. Ingieni sasa tukajadili masuala haya. Vipi serikali ipo na inasema iko imara, ile hali haiwezi ku simamia usalama wa nchi vikamilifu. Ni kipi kinachoendelea katika nchi hii ambacho inakaa kana kwamba tumechanganyikiwa na mambo haya yote. Now look at that. Murkomen is now the current CS for internal, and you see him in the funeral saying that if you have a missing person, you should report to the police. And the people who are being alleged to be missing have been abducted in broad daylight by people with unidentified, wherever unidentified, they have not produced their ID. Some of them are wounded and wherever masked. They are in on number plates, vehicles that have been covered. So what is this? How do we have a government that is operating in shadows and operating in darkness, without proper identity? And then you want us to go and report ourselves to the police? I mean, why should we create a problem so that we solve it? We have a lot on the plate as a country: cost of living, education, health care. Things are falling apart in this country. It is now being alleged that even the 2027 elections may not hold because of our careless approach towards the whole reconstituting of IEBC. We dismantled IEBC without a proper structure of how we are going to bring it back. Now, if things are like this, why should you create more problems that you go and abduct people, and then you ask them to go and report to the police so that the police look for them? This is terrible. This is evil. This is unacceptable. Well, let's keep going. Thank you so much. This is terrible. This is terrible. Let God arise, his enemies be scattered. This is unbelievable. We pray for divine intervention. This is not it. This is not what... okay. Just a moment. Okay. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, let's keep going. Just a moment. Let me just take a short break. I'll be back shortly.
Now, Kenya Party leader Martha Karua is placing President William Ruto squarely responsible for the abduction incidents witnessed in the past half year. In a sensational claim during an exclusive interview with Citizen TV, Karua alleged that the head of state is running a, quote, killer gang made up of foreigners and some Kenyans drawn from the military outside the police service. In a separate interview, Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja says police operate professionally towards ensuring the freedom and rights of the people. Seth Olale with the details.
With the whereabouts of Peter Muteti and Billy Mwangi still unknown, 3 days after their suspected abduction, NAK Kenya Party leader Martha Karua has condemned the spate of kidnappings in the country.
He would not still be abducting young men just because they created satire on social media. If there is something alluding to death, surely which human being doesn't know that one day they'll die? It's not a criminal offense. It may be distasteful. I will not smile if someone is wishing me dead, but I will not sue them. I will not lift a finger. The worst I can do is to block them on my social media. If you want to sit on the top seat in the country, you better arm yourself with asbestos. Don't easily catch fire. Don't be ignited that quickly, because you're going to harm and hurt people. That behavior of arresting young men because they have created satire is the same behavior that made him cause the execution of so many young people. He was frightened of losing power. So he sends snipers to kill young people. That same behavior is the one that intolerance is the one that is making him continue with abductions. So many have been abducted, both Kenyans and...
The NAK Kenya leader claims that the killer squad is operating outside the established security structures.
And we know that the abduction squad is made up of Kenyans and foreigners, a select Kenyans, and it's outside of the police force. You remember Kanja being asked by Parliament and saying that it is not the police. To some extent, he may have been somewhat truthful, and he may have revealed without knowing, confirming what we said in a press statement, that the abduction squad has select people, mostly from Ruto's ethnic group, a few others, and they're both from military and police, foreigners from Uganda, from Burundi, and God knows what other countries, and their command is outside of the police force. So it's only William Ruto who can tell us, because the buck stops with him.
Asked to substantiate her claims,
to prove that it reports to him. How did Ugandan military enter and arrest Besigye in Kenya? They cannot operate without the knowledge and support of Kenyan authorities. They passed the border because we have gotten information from our clients. So what we are having is rule gangster style. Gangster style, abducting Kenyans, killing some, torturing others. Gangster style, abducting foreigners to Turkey, to Uganda, and letting gangster style people from other countries operate as though they were Kenyan security agencies.
Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja has reiterated that the police are not part of the abductions and kidnappings.
You know, police officers are always at the forefront in the defense of the rights and freedoms of the people. That is actually our training, to defend the rights of the people. You see? So, now, abduction does not come there, because when you are abducting, you are not defending the rights of those people. But when you are arresting, you are defending the rights, because somebody must have committed an offense against the property or another person. You see? So we are guided by that ours is to defend the rights of and freedoms of the people.
IG Kanja revealing that other security agencies outside the National Police Service, including NIS, IPOA, and ODPP, are actively involved in upholding the country's security. Seth Olale, Citizen TV.
Okay, mambo ni kama hayo akitolewa na kiongozi wa NAK Kenya akisema jinsi mambo yalivyo na anavyoyaona, na kulingana habari anayopeana anasema hili swala anayepaswa kutueleza na kuhakikisha kwamba Wakenya wako salama ni William Ruto. Na kama mkuu wa polisi anasema yeye ajui kile kinachoendelea na wale wanao kidnap wa Kenya, basi inaonekana hapa tuko na serikali na tuko na serikali na tuko na uongozi ambao haueleweki katika kutekeleza wajibu wa kulinda wa Kenya. It is sad that some of the things are shameful even to acknowledge that there is a government that is telling us that people are going around abducting Kenyans, and the Inspector General of Police is not aware. The National Intelligence Service have not given the information. The DCI is still telling us they are not them. And it is almost how many? No. It doesn't work that way. Not in a civilized state. Not in this time and age. And so this is very heartbreaking, unbelievable to say the least. It is something else altogether. all in all, thank you very much. Let's keep going. Thank you so much. Tunapoendelea na mjadala. Subscribe kwa Sound Candy Talk Live tafadhali. Subscribe to Sound Candy Talk Live. Nimepeana subscription channel link. Una click kwa hiyo link inakupeleka kwa channel yenyewe, una subscribe na unasaidia mtu ana subscribe tunapoendelea na uchambuzi huu. So inaonekana wazi kwamba hii ni serikali imejitolea kutekeleza unyama kinyume na Wakenya, na ni Wakenya tu ambao watasimama na kuikomboa nchi yao. Hapa sioni lingine. Kwa hivyo na kuomba tafadhali, kama unahusika kwa njia moja au nyingine katika mambo haya, usiyachukulie hivi hivi. Usiyachukulie hivi hivi. Kuna mambo ambayo yanaendelea hayaaminiki na yanaudhi. Kusema machache ni yanaudhi sana. Yanaudhi, na yanaudhi kwa sababu yanaudhi kwa sababu hatuwezi kuwa na watu wako katika mamlaka, wanakula mshahara, wanatumia mali ya umma. Sababu kubwa ya kutumia hiyo mali ya umma ni kutekeleza nini? Wajibu wajibu wenu kama wa okay, just a moment. I'm dealing with so many things here, but let's get this. I think we should get the Raila Odinga speech. In the meantime, as I deal with this matter, inasemekana Mama Selina amefungiwa nje ya studio, na sasa mimi sielewi na nani. Yaani mimi nashindwa watu. Yaani mnanitisha. So mtu ameamua tu kufungia watu wasiingie kwa show. Makosa ya watu kuja kwa show ni gani? Na hii show ikiwa inakuuma vipi? Inakusumbua na nini? Yaani watu sijui wamekuwa wachawi ama wamekuwa nini? How do you just, take it upon yourself to send people baggers and block them from getting into the studio? For what gain? How does it pain you when people come here to talk? Hi. There are things that are just, supposed to be in fiction movie, not in reality. But no problem. Let me sort that out. In the meantime, please, tegea hapa, karibisha mtu. Tutachambua hata tukibaki peke yetu. Mimi huwezi kunifungia nje, niko hapa. So
Tumekuwa kipaumbele kudadavua taarifa za kutwa kila siku kwenye Open Forum Political Show. Tangu Januari, sasa Disemba tunayo. Tunachukua nafasi ya kipekee kusema asante mtazamaji na mpenzi wa kipindi cha Open Forum Political Show na Sound Candy Talk. Unaposherehekea sikukuu ya Christmas na mwaka mpya, tunakuahidi mema zaidi. Sound Candy Talk, we wish you Merry Christmas and Happy 2025. Watu wa Mungu, Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Kipindi cha mahubiri kimerudi tena kwa kishindo kwenye Sound Candy Talk. Tunakufundisha, kukuelimisha na kukutia moyo kwenye Daily Bite. Mafundisho kamili ya Biblia kila siku kwenye runinga uipendayo ya Sound Candy Talk.
Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for being here. This is Sound Candy Talk. Mama Selina, inaonekana leo ni leo. Picha yako naiona na uonekani. Hebu angalia kama sauti inaingia. Hali vipi? Mama Selina. Mama Selina, it seems you're not getting me. Okay, she's been thrown out again. Well, keep trying, keep trying. You will get through. Just make sure that StreamYard configures for you as you come in. That's why I'm chatting on my, you know, I can't even chat with my usual WhatsApp number, so I'm using the Airtel line. That is why I'm stranger. So use those details. Then, of course, subscribe kwa Sound Candy Talk live with your YouTube account. Yahoo, you have a Yahoo account. Get a Gmail account. Use Gmail account. It's more direct. Or just your Facebook account in case you can log into your Facebook. Mama Selina, if you can get me, you either join via YouTube or Facebook. That is more accessible, but with the link you can join with whatever you have. In the meantime, let's keep going as we look at the stories on the same matter. But this issue of abduction, I don't want us to get, to let it off our concern, our concern list. It seems to be the in thing, although yesterday I left you with the Kumekucha analysis, which he claims that it is a diversionary tactic against the discussion of the post-election violence of 2027, the ghost of the post-election violence of 2007, the post-election violence of 2007 ghost is a more fierce ghost to deal with. So the government chooses to go for abduction to divert Kenyans' attention from discussing the issue of the post-election violence. There must be some truth into that, but all in all, you know that post-election violence was not conclusively dealt with. We still have got people who have never gone back to their farms. We have farms that are in the custody of wrong people, all of it in the pretext that the right people did not come back. So it's a sad state of affairs that we are talking about this almost 20 years or so later. So it is it's sad, and we all need to look at the kind of country we have. Now, I'm talking like this because of our political operatives. We seem not to have an administration or a leadership that delights in concluding issues. We have cases dating as back as pre-colonial that are still not addressed. We have the Kisumu massacre, the Wakala massacre, the Wagala massacre. We have all manner of crimes committed by government that have never been owned up and, addressed and closed. And so we keep piling problems upon problems and handing it over to successive administration. It's irresponsible of us, to say the least. It is irresponsible of us to be called a government, yet we don't want to address the issues at hand. The issue of the post-election violence of 2007. Why would it be a pending issue until now, that now it warrants the government to look for a diversionary case to try and distract Kenyans from discussing, when we have had how many governments? 2013 government, 2017 government. Now we are in the 2022 government. Why should we be postponing problems other than addressing them and concluding? What happened to the truth and wherever a reconciliation a commission? What was the use? We put up committees, they bring report are not acted upon. What kind of operation is this? Can't we just own up our problems and solve them and bury them and forget them, other than trying to sweep everything under the carpet? So they swept under the carpet the issue of post-election violence. And now when the ghost rises higher, they now begin to abduct our children in the pretext that they are sanitizing the social media. Social media is not your problem. Address the issues. Address what happened to people's land. What happened to Muteshi's land? What happened to people that were displaced in Rift Valley? Where are they? What happened to their lands? Because those lands, they were not squatting. They owned those lands. I knew one family that had built residential houses, built whatever rental houses. It was a church that was fully built, completed. I mean, these were not lands that were given as ulikuwa unapita ukagawia mahali fulani ujenge. They were properly bought, properly transferred, and properly owned. So to get people back into their lands is a simple. People have title deeds. If they can get a copy and then get resettled. So why are we still dilly-dallying with that problem so that it comes to the government as an emergency? Now they resort into trying to do something to try and divert the attention of Kenyans. For how long are they going to do this hide and seek? We are not growing. We are not maturing. The more things change, the more they remain the same. This is very annoying. Very annoying. How do we have successive governments? What are we talking about? 2007. We are going to 2027. This is 20 years. And we are still, playing as if we think these things will go away by themselves. Nothing's going away until it's addressed and closed. Okay, I had the other day in Parliament, one member of Parliament asking for whatever compensation for the Wagala massacre. Wagala massacre took place in the 80s. In fact, early 80s. So the whole of 80s, 90s, 2000. We are now in 2024, crossing to 2025. People are still asking for compensation 40 years later, 30 years later. And we have had successive governments. We are doing very poorly. Well, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep going as we continue to engage. Whoever that is messing up the conversation, tutamuombea, okay? Tutamuombea na atashindwa tu na uovu wake. Panda hila uvu na majuto. Wewe ukitafutia watu maovu, wasio kutafutia maovu, hayo maovu yako yatakurejelea wewe. Yatakurejelea wewe, wala sio mwingine. The Bible says, he who rewards evil for evil, he who rewards evil for good. He who rewards evil for good. I think it's Proverbs 13:13, if I'm not wrong, or 17:17. Let me just confirm. Do I have a Bible here? I must get you that. It should be 13:13 or 17:17, if I'm not wrong. Okay, he who rewards evil for evil, who rewards good for evil. It says evil shall never leave his house. Rewards evil for good. Here we go. Let me just find it. He will sure never depart from his house. Okay, there we go. I was mixing it up. It is actually Proverbs chapter 17 and verse 13. Okay, Proverbs 17 and verse 13. Kama wewe umejitolea kutafutia watu maovu, wale ambao hawajakukosea, wale ambao wamekufaidisha, wale ambao wamekufungulia milango, wale ambao wamesimama na wewe umeamua kwamba utawalipisha mabaya kwa wema ambao wamekufanyia. Okay? Okay, he who rewarded evil for good, evil shall not depart from his house. Ndio hiyo Proverbs. Proverbs. Hii ndio njia moja ya kujiletea laana kwako. Wacha nikupatie sawa sawa. Usiseme wakati maovu yameanza kufanyika kwako ukasema umelaaniwa. Hii ni laana ya kwenda kujitafutia. Mtu amekupatia platform, mtu amekupatia nafasi. Hakuna uovu mimi nilitafutia mtu, hakuna maovu nimefanyia mtu. Wewe unaenda kunitafutia maovu. Basi kama umeamua kunitafutia maovu, mimi sijakufanyia maovu. Basi Proverbs 17:13 ikuandame, kwa sababu mimi sina haja ya kupigana na wewe. Okay, there we go. Whoso rewarded evil for good, evil shall not depart from his house. Hiyo inamaanisha ile maovu yote unatuma haiwezi kutoka kwako ikakuja kwangu. Okay, ukisimama ukiyatuma hivi yanabaki hapo hapo, kwa sababu mimi sijakutafutia maovu yoyote. Well, let's keep going. Thank you so much. Mama, struggle. I hope umefika vipi?
Bernard. Na kwa imesema hiyo account nimekuwa terminated by the that party.
Ndio ile account nyingine, sio hii.
Ni hii ndiye ile na hii pia ndiye nikakwambia uniweke kwa, hata sitaki kusema sasa, sababu ile ingine ilikuwa hiyo ingine Gmail. Sasa hii nimekwambia unitumie na hiyo ingine, but still bado wanajaribu.
Yeah, bado wanajaribu, wanataka kufunga na hii pia. They are sick.
Na shida sasa sisi anaturipo tumekosea nini? Nimefanya nini mimi? Mimi ni kukuja kuongea tu na kutoka shida. Alafu penalty inasema hata kwa hii inasema you cannot access unless you pay. Sasa unajua vile umenitumia na hiyo ingine sisemi, lakini mtu yeyote leo anataka kuingia. Hata hii Sound Country Talk hii ya sahi inasema ulipe $6.99 na uwezi ingia.
No, hauniwezi.
Ndiye nakwambia wanasema hivyo. Sasa mara ya kwanza nikaendelea kuangalia, nikaona hapana, sijaisikia ukilazimisha watu walipe ndio waingie. So wako kwa ile ya samani na wako kwa hii pia. Na wanasema every month.
No. Unless you are joining,
nimeshangaa mpaka nimeona
unless you are joining as a member. Kuna ile ya membership. When you are joining as a member ndio iko na hizo category ya 6, ya 10 na
hiyo najua. Alafu ile kitu wamekosa kwa hiyo yangu, kwa sababu nimeona kila kitu yangu ni security code tu ndio wamekosa. So nafikiri walitransfer kwa ile ya samani. Sasa ile kitu imewashinda ni kwa sababu security court yangu ya ndio wa authorize. Otherwise wako na kila kitu. So ukiingia hivi inakwambia lipa kwanza.
So mami, let's go back to our story. Gachagua anasema squad wiko mpya, ile secret squad, na atatuambia iko jengo gani. Iko 21st floor hapa mjini Nairobi.
Nyayo House sama, unajua samani ilikuwa Nyayo House, lakini haikuanga tu, ilikuwa kwa cave. Huyu mtu sasa Penat anajua hiyo mambo yote. Mbona mara ya kwanza hakutuambia? Yani kukosana ni nini hii inaendelea Penat? We would like him to say everything kwa sababu yeye wakati alikuwa ndani alikuwa alikuwa nafunga gate watu wasiingie State House. So ile kitu wa Kenya wanataka kama kuna hiyo squad, we want to know them kwa sababu watoto wetu wawezi uwawa. And then after that alikuwa ndani. So tuache atuambie vile anataka, na niliwaambia na nasikia Martha Karua amesema pia hata yeye hii mambo ni ya nje. Kuna hiyo askari ya nje. Hasa leo Penat nimeona tena, sijui hiyo ni miaka gani, nimeona baba akicheza mpira na Ruto. Hiyo tena ni gani?
Leo kumekuwa na mpira wa final ya kikombe ya Gladys Wanga, governor wa Homa Bay. Sasa baba ndio alikuwa mgeni. Ikasemekana Ruto pia alialikwa na baba hakujua Ruto amealikwa. So wakakutana huko. So ndio wakakutana huko, so wakatoa naniba Ruto ametoa 2,000,000, baba akatoa 1,000,000 kupatia timu zote zile zimehusika kwa hiyo tournament. Lakini leo ilikuwa final, ni timu ya Kasipul Kabondo imeshinda ya Homa Bay. So ilikuwa sherehe ya kikombe final ya Mama Gladys Wanga.
Okay, hiyo ni mazuri, vijana wamepata pesa. And I hope walitoa cash. Baba huwa anatoanga cash.
Imekuwa announced sijui kila timu itapata sijui 30,000. There were 60 teams.
That is good. Kama mambo kama hiyo ikifanyika, lakini sasa nasikia tena Ichungwa akiongea.
No, si wote wamekuwa huko wageni. Hiyo tournament sijui Gladys Wanga anafanya kazi na nini. Amealika kila mtu.
Mama anajenga nyumba Penat, unajua watoto lazima wakule.
Mama anajenga nyumba, utatufafanulia.
Mama lazima aite watu yote wasaidie county. Unajua sasa. Anyway, nimeona ya tu nikaona baba akifanya, naona Ruto pia akipika penalty. Sasa sikujua nani aliingiza. Lakini ni mzuri, ile kitu tunataka kama wa Kenya ni hii mambo ya watoto kupotea. Na mambo ya Gachagua sasa kukuja si aonyeshane kwa nini anatishana. Alisema juzi atatuambia ile watu walikula pesa ya kuipa kura na alikuwa atache machina watu. Sasa leo tena anasema hii Abduction iko 21st floor. Si aseme mara moja Penat. You know the country, when the country is crying, alafu hii ni wadui kubwa sana. Alafu niliona mkubwa ya OAU, fact yana anaitwa nani? Nilimwona tena akiwa Narok.
Kwani alikuja kutembelea Christmas tu ni salamu za Christmas. Oh, unasema nini nyingine?
Alituletea baraka.
Labda amekuja kutema mate sasa, si unaona mpaka mababu zetu wakubali.
Enyewe Sakayo lazima afanye kazi. Baba lazima apate hiyo kiti. Hakuna kitu sasa. Sahi hata si tunataka lazima. Kwani lazima inakuwa kwa watu wengine na si kwa wengine.
Baba amesema yeye anaenda kushinda, aende kujaribu.
Kwa hivyo ameshinda.
Tunaomba hivyo.
Hiyo ni poa Penat, kwani hii makura. Sasa mtu yangu naona ameingia wapi?
Mzee wako amekuja sasa, nani? Omolo kuja.
Omolo atakosa ng'ombe. Kumbe huko kwa mzee yangu tena iko winda, naona amejipangia koti kubwa.
Hii winter yenu iko kila mahali inaonekana.
Kumbe hii Indonesia Penat, mimi nataka mahali iko joto. Amerika imeniua. Naona mzee anacheka salamia.
Morning mama.
Morning.
How are you, Daniel?
I'm fine.
Happy to see you.
Merry Christmas to you.
Yes, Merry Christmas. Bye-bye.
Okay. Good. How is Christmas in Papua?
Yes, Merry Christmas. Happy. I want
now. Snow.
Is that cold?
Ukiona vile amepaa Pena, tuko ni baridi mbaya.
Daniel, you're having winter in Papua?
Yes.
Oh. Okay, here we are, it's raining, but it's not that cold. So we are well in Nairobi.
Oh, yes.
All right, now let's get back to our story. Mama, I wanted to play the video of the sad story. We have lost our number one volleyballer. She's called Janet Wanja.
Oh. Unajua Bernard, hii potpola hii
let me just play it. Sorry.
Media. They are extremely strict in their own countries.
Now, Kenya's sports industry has been engulfed with grief as they mourn volleyball star and legend Janet Wanja. Wanja gave in the fight against cancer Thursday night after a long fight. She will be remembered for her dedication and contributions on and off the court. Jeff Mogera with the details.
Former national women's volleyball team player, an icon, a legend, and the longest-serving setter Janet Wanja has succumbed to gallbladder cancer, are receiving palliative care at her home in Nairobi. The 40-year-old celebrated setter was diagnosed with rare cancer a few months ago, shortly after returning from Paris Olympics, where she served as a trainer for the Malkia Strikers. Her journey started at Mukumu Girls High School in 1999, where she was awarded a scholarship since her parents couldn't afford to take her to school. It was here she honed her skills and got her first national team call-up in 2001 for Junior World Championships qualifiers. In 2002, she received a second call-up, and this time round she made it to the Junior World Championships in Croatia as the team's first setter. Among her achievements, in 2004, she represented Kenya at the Olympic Games in Athens, Greece. In her decorated career, she also won 5 African Nation Championships, 3 All-African Games crowns, World Grand Prix title in 2015, a first for an African team, and 6 appearances at the World Championship. Wanja was a fitness trainer at the Kenya Pipeline Company until her demise. She also served at the same capacity while with the national team during the Paris Olympic Games. President William Ruto has led the country to mourn one of our finest daughters and a volleyball icon. And I quote, Janet Wanja, a gifted and disciplined volleyball star, served the cause of our country's sports with honor and dedication. She was focused, hardworking, and a team player. May it be comfort for our family, friends, and wider sports fraternity that we are praying for them at this tough and difficult time. One day, we will beat cancer. Rest in peace, Wanja. Kenya Volleyball Federation, through their president, Charles Nyaberi, they have expressed grief at the loss of Malkia Strikers legend. And I quote, Janet's contribution to the federation and sports in general were extraordinary. She was dedicated, passionate, and incredibly talented player who represented both her club and country at the highest continental and global levels over 2 decades. The volleyball fraternity has lost a hero, but Janet's legacy lives on. Her dedication and passion will continue to inspire future generations of volleyball players. As Kenya mourns the loss of a sports icon, Wanja's legacy, dedication, passion, and resilience will undoubtedly inspire future generations. Jeff Magire, KTN, Nairobi.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. That is the sad story of the fall of the icon of volleyball. Volleyball was also my sport in school. And it is sad that we lose her at this critical moment. We pray for comfort to the family and all that are involved. Thank you. Mommy, you can...
Sikia.
Tunakusikia lakini sasa uko wawili.
Wametoka wapi wawili na mimi nimetoka ile ya simu.
Okay, sawa, endelea.
Oh yeah, imeruti tena. Hiyo ndio okay.
Acha nitoe hiyo ingine. Sawa, endelea kwa sababu hiyo
kubadilisha hata hiyo China.
No, si umebadilisha national unity?
Yes.
Yeah, sasa uko na national unity.
Okay.
Ile ingine nimetoa.
Aya, sawa, asante. Imenicharibu. Okay, Penat, pole kwa Wanja. Pole kwa Shisairo. Lakini tutasema nini? Hata grandson yangu ya 6 years alikuwa Tanzania, walikuwa wameenda kucheza mpira. Anachezea Nakuru Parks. So naona kwangu pia, naona watoto wanaingia vizuri. So tunasema pole kwa hii kansa. Penat ni kitu ngumu. Hata huku imekuwa ngumu kutibu. Hiyo ugonjwa ikikupata, naambia Mungu tu ile siku anakuweka ushukuru. But kuna watu wanapona. Inategemea pia. So hiyo tunasema pole kwa sababu hiyo ni msiba ya Kenya mzima. And especially tukipata wasichana wanaweza cheza mpira vizuri kama Wanja. We are crying with the family and we are crying with the team and also we are crying with Kenyans. So hayo ndio tunasema. But hii ya kubwa sasa Penat, wakati heri mwenye amekufa na ugonjwa kuliko watoto, kuliko mtu anaamuka asubuhi kwao na ni mzima. Na jioni unaambiwa yuko because somebody has taken him away. Hiyo ndiye uchungu. Hiyo ndiye mbaya Penat. We are crying for that. But huyu Gachagua pia asichezea akili ya Wakenya. You should come out and tell us the truth. Penat, kama unajua hiyo watu na kuna kitu, kuna vitu ilikuwa inasemekana kuna maaskari ya DCI walipatikana Nairobi na ni wale wana attack watu na wakachomwa. Ni ukweli Penat? Baki peke yangu nini? Hello Penat? Wow. Sasa kumeendaje hapa? Penat.
You will get through. Just make sure that StreamYard configures for you as you come in. That's why I'm chatting on the Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for staying tuned. Pole mama, umetupwa nje pia. Samahani, kuna tumepigwa dafrau hapa, but nashukuru tumerejea. Just confirm kama unatupata tafadhali. Confirm if you can get me. Our Wi-Fi has just been dislodged, so I'm now on data, but I think you are good. Okay, thank you. As soon as it gets back, we'll be back. But asante kila moja. Mama, kama unarejea ureje. The sad story of the departure of Wanja, untimely, but we pray for her soul to rest in peace as the family is comforted. Thank you for, we pray that solace and peace and comfort will reach each and every concerned parties. Back to our stories. Let's now hear out what Raila Odinga gave us his givings on the issue of AUC seat. And then from there, we can begin to call it a day. Watu kama wanatuogopa. Tree. Well. Let me get this. Where did I keep this? All right, it's here. Okay, Mama karibu, samahani tulitupwa nje, wifi yetu imekaa kama imepigwa dafrau. So,
Nilikuta hata mimi nimeenda. Chameni, kwani mahali watu walifungua iendelei, watu ni nini mbaya pena? What is going on?
Mimi sijaelewa.
Mtu
hii story ya mtu kujenga nyumba kutumia matofali ya wenyewe.
Hiyo haiwezekani pena, kwa sababu ukishakuwa kijana na unataka kuanza boma yako, unaenda na roho safi na unangoja watu yako waingie huko. So you cannot continue disturbing others. Hiyo si baraka. And by the way, you are a man of God. These people, watu wanachestanga.
No, let them do their best, because you don't need to
si competition, si nafikiria ilisemekana Kenya, that is why tuko na KTN, tuko na Citizen, tuko na Nation TV.
Just a moment, mommy.
Of the meeting
Bernard,
between the outgoing chair and President Ruto, and I don't think that executive. I know Mr. No, he's the one who worked closely with him during that period of time. So he's retiring, and I wish him well in his new endeavors. But as it was now, it is a three-horse race between Kenya, Djibouti, and Madagascar. And they say, may the best horse win.
In any election and in any race, there is a winner and a loser. If, unfortunately, you don't clutch it, what does this mean for you?
Of course, there's a winner and a loser. And if we win, very good for us. If we lose, so what? We are basically here in Kenya. There will be other things for us to do. So we're not worried. But we are not competing to lose. Okay. We're competing to win.
Okay, there you have it. We are not competing to lose. We are competing to win. That is Baba's whatever interview today at Citizen TV. Thank you, Abel Oriri, for joining as a member of Sound Candy Talk Live. Kama nilisema, wale wote ambao mlikuwa members wa Sound Candy Talk, badilishe, disable your contribution to the other channel until it is sorted out. Naomba tusonge mbele. Bwana Fakaima Mining, how are you? Fika. It is Fikaima. What does that one mean? Fikaima, unmute. Can you hear me?
Ambia mute.
Sorry.
Bwana Mining, you're mute. Unmute.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, ma'am.
Unmute fast.
Mnasikia?
Unmute. Yeah, tumemusikia.
Is anybody hearing me? Mama, unanisikia?
Nakusikia vizuri.
Unakusikia tena.
Asanteni sana. Mama, since 2022, nafikiri 2021, 2022 hatujawahi kuongea na wewe. Niliwacha mambo ya siasa ya Kenya. Thank you so much. Bernard, sio wewe peke yako uko na hii shida ya hii nini? Mbona imeisha? Ameenda wapi?
Endelea. Endelea.
Okay, asanteni sana. Kwa wale mnajua mimi nimeingia tu hivi imekatika, lakini sijajua topic ni nini, lakini nasema asanteni sana. Najua kuna vitu vingi vinaendelea hapa Kenya. Huko Kenya, mimi siko Kenya enyewe.
Topic ya leo Gachagua anasema anajua ile watu wana watu wako ghorofa 21. Atakuja kutuambia hiyo building ni gani. Kuna mambo mingi anasema anatoboa, kama juzi alisema kura iliipiwa, na atakuja kusema wenye walikula pesa. Sasa tunafuatia ila anasema. Alafu leo baba alikuwa Homa Bay, kuna wachezaji Penat amesema walikuwa 60. So baba alikuwa chief guest na Ruto akaingia. Baba akatoa 1,000,000, Ruto akatoa 2,000,000. So group yote ya 60 wamepatiwa kila group karibu 30,000. So hiyo ndiyo mambo ilikuwa inaendelea leo. Lakini sana ile inatusumbua Kenya ni mambo ya hii watoto wanakuwa abducted. Alafu polisi wanasema wajui nani anawachukua. Sasa inasemekana labda kuna special squad. Sisi wote tunataka kujua. Mara inasemekana kuna maaskari kutoka nje ya Kenya wamekuja kuungana na retired police officers na nini. So hiyo ndiye tunajaribu kujua nini inaendelea kwa nchi yetu ya Kenya.
Asante sana mama kunieleza kwa the basic. Asante sana. Mimi naweza sema hivi. Unajua mwizi anasema fulani ni mwizi. Wewe unajuaje yeye mtu ni mwizi? Wakati unasema yeye ni mwizi, hii ni kumaanisha wewe ni mwizi wewe mwenyewe. Unashirikiana na yeye mwizi hiyo, lakini unasema yeye ni mwizi. So Gachagua, ikiwa yeye mwenyewe alikuwa ndani ya serikali ndani kutoka siwezi kusema 2022 mwezi wa 5, sababu wakati alipochaguliwa kuwa yeye ni mgombea ya Ruto, ni lazima alikuwa amepatiwa all briefing na Ruto, na kabla hata hiyo yeye alikuwa ndani ya nani anaitwa nani, Uhuru, PA, personal assistant ya Uhuru, ambaye alikuwa ni mwandani wa Uhuru. So kwangu mimi naweza sema hivi, Gachagua anajua ile kitu gani inaendelea Kenya. Asije akasema ilienda ikarudi ikapanda ikarudi fulani fulani, hapana, yeye na mwenyewe anajua. He knows exactly what is going on there. Ukiona mtu anaanza kuongea vitu kama hizo, yeye mwenyewe anajua ni kitu gani iko ndani. Na yeye mwenyewe ikiwa kama polisi mwenyewe IG Kanja anasema hajui ni kitu gani inaendelea. Na hali kadhalika Gachagua anasema anajua mali iko. Sasa si atupatie, atueleze ni nani, ni nyumba gani, ni watu gani, badala ya kudanganya watu kusema ilienda ikarudi kapanda. No. Talk the truth. Si anasemaga yeye ni the truth man. Unajua kurapoka Gachagua yeye mwenyewe anajiweka kwenye pingo ndani. Januari yeye mwenyewe anaenda kotini. Ile kitu anaongea hapo leo, yeye anaongea tangu Oktoba mpaka sasa hivi. Yeye yuko ndani. He knows. He will be inside. Hata ulizwa mbona ulisema siku fulani hivi. Ulisema siku fulani hivi. Fulani yako hivi. Kuna watu so ataambiwa si useme hiyo watu. Hii ni kitu kwanza. Ya pili, since he has been Deputy President of Kenya, he knows he has all the secrets of the government. I've never in the whole world mtu ambaye alikuwa kwa government ambaye ameweza kureveal vitu ya serikali. Huyu hawezi hataongoza hata kuku. Hawezi ongoza hata kuku. I'm sorry to talk in the whole world as the way I am. I don't think I've never seen reckless person who has been or he has been in the government like Gachagua. Atatuambia ni kitu gani inaendelea. How could he know more? Ni kitu gani inaendelea kwa serikali kwa saizi, kama serikali wenyewe ikiwa kama Kanja IG mwenyewe Inspectorate of Police hajui. Gachagua mwenyewe anasema anajua. So si atatuambia. Ndio Wakenya watujue ni kitu gani inaendelea. Hiyo ni ya kwangu. Ya pili ambayo umesema juu ya Raila wakiwa Homa Bay. Ni Homa Bay ama ni wapi?
Yes,
it was Homa Bay.
Homa Bay. Sijaangalia, siwezi kudanganya nyinyi kuwa nimeangalia ni kitu gani nimeendelea. Hapana, nimeona tu kwa mtandao kuwa Raila na Ruto wamekuwa pale Homa Bay. Kulingana na hiyo, mimi naweza sema hiyo ni protocol kuonyesha watu kuwa ende ikawa Raila atachukuliwa. Siku 3 ama siku 4 ambayo zimepita ama 2 to 3 days or 4 days, niliangalia Raila akiwa na Ruto akiwa pale Narok kwa Ruto. Sio Raila, sio Raila. Anaitwa nani? Fasi. Hii anaitwa nani? Fasi ama anaitwa nani? Hiyo alikuwa ambaye yuko ni AU chairman. Anaitwa nani? Fasi. Huyo kutoka Mali ama anaitwa nani?
Faki, the outgoing chair.
Faki.
Yes.
Faki, yeah. Sorry, unajua lazima nimesema sijui Faki ama nani, yani unajua sijui. Walikuwa wamekutana naye wakiongea, nobody knows kilikuwa walikuwa wanaongea. Unajua, I don't want to speculate vitu ambavyo sijui. Sio mzuri kuspeculate ile vitu ambavyo haujui na hujasikia. Ukisikia kwa mtandao hiyo ni vitu vingine tofauti kulingana na vile umesikia kutoka umati wa watu ama umati media ni tofauti. Kusikia individual ni kitu tofauti, ni kulingana na wale watu ambao umesikia kutoka kwa in media. Unajua media, ukijaribu kuchambua, huyu amesema hivi, huyu amesema hivi, huyu amesema hivi, so hapo unaweza jua ni kitu gani inaendelea. But anyway, sijui ikiwa kama tunatarajia mzee apate. Anyway, miongo mitatu ama miongo minne amepigania kiti ya urais. Jamani, kwa nini tusipatie kitu? Tumuombe ampatie kitu, apate, au at least tuseme alikosa huku, lakini tulipigania pale nyingine. Kuliko saa zingine mimi huwa nasema I'm really disappointed. Nasema kusema kweli, nasema disappointed to Kenyans. Wale wanasema hawezi pata, afadhali kuwa rais. Ikiwa kama mnasema afadhali kuwa rais, mbona hamkupatie kwanza kuwa rais? Kuliko kudanganya mzee kila siku, kila wakati, huyu ni mzee, Raila, mwisho mnamtupa barabarani. Hey, come on. Kenya saa zingine tunakaa kama watu ambao ni wajinga. Tunategemea hii mzee. I'm really sorry. Ngoja Bernard. Yes sir.
Naomba hivi.
Nakusikia.
I have a question for you.
Yes sir.
Nataka kwa sababu wewe uko na background kwa security. Okay?
Yes sir.
Hii masuala ya abduction, wakati Inspector of Police, Inspector General of Police anasema hajui ni kina nani.
Okay, mimi najua uko na shida na internet. Hakuna shida. Waje nijibu. Pengine utasikia background. Nafikiri utasikia kwa background, lakini sababu ya nini? Kuna kitu moja mimi naweza ambia nyinyi kitu moja hapa. Gachagua anajua ni kitu gani inaendelea. He knows. Mimi nasarudi nyuma 2023 mwezi wa saba ama mwezi wa sita, karibu mwaka moja na nusu sasa hivi, wakati naitwa nani, Gachagua alianza sio kutembelea kila mahali, anaanza kusema lazima sijui nini, tuangalie mambo ya Mount Kenya, ya mambo ya pombe, ya kahawa, ya nini, yani anazunguka pale. He knew exactly what he was doing. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. Gachagua hakutolewa kwa sababu ya kutolewa, alitolewa kwa sababu kuna sababu ambayo kusudi gani Gachagua ametolewa. Unajua kuna kitu moja hivi Bernard.
Sorry kwa kukatisia, samahani. Tulikuwa na itilafu.
Yes, sir.
Hao watu wanataka kuharibu show, so they keep frustrating the internet. But I was asking you have a background in security. Wakati wa Kenya wanakuwa abducted kwa wazi tu in broad daylight, alafu Inspector General of Police anasema sio yeye, sio vijana wake. DCI, Director of Criminal Investigation, pia anasema sio yeye. NIS wanasema sio yeye. So you as somebody who has been in the a security flow. Is this normal? And if it is normal, how can Kenyans respond to it? Because if the people that we are supposed to respect when they come to arrest us are not part of this group, do we declare it a militia group? We deal with it the way we deal with mob justice robbery, ama tufanyeje?
Bernard, na wale mko pale kwa mi na wale wanasikiza, I can say one thing. There are three things. Gachagua anasema more than 2 weeks ago, security yangu sijui nini. Wacha hata more than 3 weeks ago, tarehe 26 mwezi wa 6, wakati alikuwa Mombasa, alianza kusema mkuu wa NIS, mkuu wa NIS, nafikiri si NIS ni mkuu wa intelligence, I don't know, NIS ni alikuwa Nurdin Haji, akasema yeye hatakikani, mbona anadanganya serikali. Anyway, imekuja kila kitu yote, alipoongea akaongea ingine. Anyway, since when, tangu lini? Anyway, ni nchi gani? Huo ni mdogo wa mkubwa. Ikiwa mkubwa hata kwa majali yake, mimi siwezi sema majali yake, ikiwa kwa bahati mbaya hafariki, huo ndio utakuwa mkubwa. Na umeongea juu ya wale ambao watakulinda wewe, ambao wanalinda Kenya, unaongea juu yao mbaya. How do you think they will trust you as an individual? Ikiwa kama wewe unaingilia hawa ambao wanakupatia intelligence ya kila siku, chochote ambayo inafanyika kwa Kenya mzima, every day, the president, deputy president, the intelligence, security council, NIS, mkuu wa jeshi, mkuu wa polisi, wanapata all briefing each and every day, not even once in a day, 5 times a day, every 2 hours or every 3 hours a day. By the way, Gachagua anajua ni kitu gani anaendelea. Hii abduction, hii anasema ni abduction, he knows. I'm really sorry, but one time mtakuja kusema hatukuwa najua, lakini kumbe ilikuwa inaendelea hivi. Gachagua knows exactly what is going on. Nobody. How can you abduct young generation, 18, 20, 25, achana hata 25, under 20, young boys who are trying to make their own living? How can you abduct it? Which country? It has never ever happened in any country unless the dictatorial countries. It is not even easy to be a young generation to be abducted in dictatorial countries. So sio kitu rahisi. Gentlemen, hebu tuangalie kwanza. Forget about this thing you watu Gachagua wanaongea. Juzi alisema, Ruto amesema ya pombe irudi ende Mount Kenya. How stupid is he? How stupid is he? Ni mtu gani unasapeleka pombe ambayo inaua the generations of Kenyan, the future generation, the future leaders, the future, how do you call it, the future entrepreneurs of Kenya, wapatia wa pombe. Bernard, mimi nawasema hivi, I don't want to go deep inside because I have somebody. I have 5 people who are inside, the insider. Sio watu wale wadogo, and I don't want to betray them. I don't want to expose them. Inakwambia Gachagua, he knows what is going on. Yeye mwenyewe ndiye atatuambia. Ni vile mama wa taifa amesema hapo. Mama wa taifa amesema
Bwana Maini.
Yes, sir.
So wewe unasema
Yes,
tumwamini Gachagua ama tumshuku Gachagua? Wewe mbona
tumshuku?
tumshuku kwanza?
Tumshuku. I'm really sorry. Tumshuku.
Sawa basi. Naomba hivi kwa sababu ya muda. Kwa sababu ya muda.
Sisemu kwa
no problem.
Sisemu kwa ubaya.
Just hold on. Let's hear Lala's version of the same, and then we will proceed. And of course, naomba to Lala, as you make your submission, there is we are under severe attack by those our enemies. So go straight to the point so that we save time. We may have to stop before our usual time. Thank you.
Yes, Bernard, it's good to see you. Mama Selina, asante. Ndugu yangu mining Fakiama, good kuona uko na wengine ambao mko huko nyuma. Mimi langu ni fupi sana. Nakubaliana na mama kidogo ya kwamba serikali najua vile mambo ilivyo na ni nani anafanya hiyo kazi. Kwa nini nasema hivyo? Maandamano ilianza zamani. Okay? Zile za kwanza mwanzo na sisi wenyewe tuliona watu wanakuwa abducted, wanachukuliwa, wanakuwa shot, and people can remember their faces. Lakini mpaka siku ya leo, none of them amepelekwa kotini na amefungwa ama watu unajua anything. So for huyu mkuu wa polisi anatuambia kwa they don't know, yani hawajui, is a laugh, ni wana is a masafikia sisi wajinga kama wa Kenya. Lazima kuwa wanajua, hata mtoto mdogo anajua serikali inawachukua hawa watu. Na kama si serikali wangekuwa natupigania, because the whole reason why security is there is to protect me, to protect families. Okay? And if it cannot do it, that is not a government. That is not a government. Nakubaliana nyinyi nyote kwamba Gachagua lazima ajue mambo ilikuwa namna gani. You know, when he was there from day one, in fact, he gloried in people being arrested, being shot. He had all the words. Alisema lazima those are thugs and whatever we call them. Okay? So at one point, how watu were thugs, okay? Including Gachagua, considered them because of that time he was in the government. Now he's opening his mouth. Even though it's important for us to listen to him, because he is showing us what is on the inside of that system. is telling us that there are some things that have gone on the inside. It's better to have an insider like Gachagua, but he is just as bad as one of them. And in fact, a good detective, a good lawyer, a good judge will make sure they protect such people because they are the best witnesses of what's going on the inside. So Gachagua is one of the best witnesses we have right now, but it's the reason why he's a witness is because he knows what's on the inside. Okay, that's why we need him. We need him to tell us exactly what went on the inside. So I'm not in the bandwagon of Gachagua. I know he's part of it, and he knows what is on the inside. And finally, my brother talked about the military and the security. And I said here yesterday, Kazi, you see, Kenya from colonial time, DCI, special branch, whatever, all these people have always, I'm sorry to say this, but the testimony that they bear is not very good. They have been found on the wrong side for a long time. And we thought the new constitution would give us what their motto is to be faithful and ready to do what? To give us truth and protect us. But they have not done that so far. Still, it's guided by the old system that has not changed much. Maybe they were a little shaken, but they're back to their usual way of doing things. If they cannot protect our youth, our future, our young people who have not done anything wrong, if they can see people get shot, I left the US, I went to 10 funerals, and up to date, up to this moment, we have not had any of the people that killed these young people brought to court. None, zero. And for us to believe that they don't know, that this head of police telling us they have got no clue, that is an indictment on the police. That shows that they are part of it, they are inside of it, and what are you going to do as Kenyans? Because we don't know. And that's how they've operated for years and years. People get hurt, people get killed, and nothing ever come out of it. And so, to me, I think Kanja, whatever his name is a voice that tells us that there's some deep, dirty, dark stuff on the inside. We may be looking at Uganda and other places, but we have someone killing us, a group of people killing us softly. We are smiling, but people are dying, getting abducted. And when I heard the president say, we're going to get them, we're going to do this, if he doesn't even know, if his own person, he has not talked to the person who is responsible for this, how is he going to do it? And he doesn't even know. He should have called that Kanja in his office and explained and asked for his resignation. He may not be the one to do it, but the Kenyans will support him and whatever is needed to be done. Because if they doesn't know, then what is the president telling us? What is it? Why is he addressing Kenyans? We're going to do this. Doing what? When you don't claim that you don't even know. Because when the head of police speaks, that is the government speaking. That is Ruto speaking. So when he comes to tell us in a political rally that he's going to do something, that's hot air. There's nothing behind it. There's a darkness here that must be unraveled. Kenyans want to know, why are our youth dying? It is sad. It is painful. Some live with permanent injuries. I have a nephew with a bullet in his body, has not done well, We have never had any answers to some of those questions that were raised. Okay? And then you're telling us. So what the government is telling us is just showing us what kind of a group of people are leading us. And so security-wise, I think something needs to be done. And lastly, of course, my brother, if the security organ of our nation, their job is to secure, is to protect us. This is what they are paid to do. They think about us day and night. We are 50 million people, which is almost a population of certain cities, okay? And you're telling us that this many people abducted, you got no clue where they are, yet we supply you with all that you need to keep us safe. You are a joke, a big joke. Something is seriously wrong. And the truth is, somebody's not telling us what is really going on. This is part of the system. This is where I disagree a little bit. I think it's not outside the system. I think it's part of the system. It's entrenched in there. Maybe some elements within are doing things secretly, but more people know what's going on. They just don't want to say it. And that's where Kenyans are all indicted in this. If you know and you keep quiet, it's like you're selling your nation, because you know your people are dying and you are there to protect us, and yet you see it happening and you pretend it's not there and you claim to be securing us. I think there's a problem there. So that's my contribution. I don't want to go on. Bernard, back to you. Thank you.
Bernard, so I'm sorry, sir, Bernard. Let me try to answer my brother here, my young brother here, maybe my older brother. I don't know.
Go ahead, Mr. Mining.
Yes, sir. There are three things in security. There are three things in security: secure, prevent, and eliminate. Three things. Security is paramount. Security is paramount to every Kenyan, wherever they are in the world. To anybody, security is more paramount, regardless. Even my own son, my own daughter, my own brothers, whoever. If I see that it's going to be dangerous to the security of the country, it's better to eliminate him rather than millions or thousands of people die. That is a paramount. Let us not joke about the security of a country. Let us not put it just that way. Mtu mmoja anaua milioni ya watu just for the sake of doing it. Second, the second thing, if and when, I say if and when, if means negative, when means positive. If and when those who are responsible for those things, what we call intelligence, they can see that somebody has been doing this one. We don't think the government is trying to find out, for example, as now what is going on in abduction. They just want to find out exactly who is doing it, who is behind it, who is that, who are they, how many of them. I tell you, my friend, you'll be shocked. You will be shocked. In the next few months, Next few weeks, you will show. Yes, sir.
I get your point, but I still have questions.
Yes, sir.
The government wants information from citizens.
Yeah.
Can it obtain it through the legal means? The legal means is you suspect Bernard has information that is borders to security. Come and arrest Bernard, put him in Central Police Station, legally, let him be booked in, and let him be interrogated through the proper channel, produce him before the judge within 24 hours, according to the Constitution. Why would the government resort to primitive, backward, unconstitutional means of abduction outside the operation of the law?
My young brother wanted to ask. I will answer it, no problem. Ask, sir.
Yes, Lala. Can I say something? Okay. My brother, I know something about the U.S. security. Okay. What is done here in the U.S. is very simple. There are 3 judges every day, 24 hours. If there's a raid on somebody, they got to wake them up in the 3 o'clock in the morning and give them the reason why they are going to ambush the person. There has to be a document. They got to check with those judges. They are there for that purpose every day, so that there's moment of surprise, because sometimes security, you gotta surprise whoever you need to go and get. But there's already a mechanism legally that allows that to take place. Okay. But in Kenya, first of all, if you look at security operators from day one, they're not even allowed, even they leave, even to write about their experiences, which is very surprising. So there is a darkness there that Kenyans do not know, and we see it abusing our people. You know, yes, we must neutralize sometimes necessary when you know the danger is bigger. Okay, whoever is we see as a combatant, whatever you want to call them, we can eliminate them. That's perfectly fine. But it has to be because there's a bigger danger that requires that person to be eliminated. In most cases, you arrest, go and book them. We know where they are. You got that judges, order, warrant that allows you to do that, because that's what they do. They are there. Unaweza unapigia simu any time of the night. It's almost like the country knows that things got to go on, and there's a system that would allow us to do what needs to be done. Why can't we do that in Kenya? Why take people in the night or abduct people, and then we ask where do they go? We don't know. And there are those that have been left. They're still walking. They know exactly who did arrest them, who did not arrest them, abducted them, okay, tortured them, but they never appear on any law code, because in the name of national security, no, it can't go on that way. We thought our constitution was supposed to help us.
Okay, sir.
To stop that.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. I understand what you mean. I'm very clear about it. Let me tell you, security for a country, you cannot compromise it. Regardless. Whether you are going to be a very good person or what, security of a country or security for a nation. A nation means millions of people, or thousands of people. It depends on the nation of that country. So you cannot compromise it. And that's why, no, forget it. USA is a different thing. Africa is a different thing. Every nation is a different, with a different laws and the constitution. That's what you have to understand. You cannot compare Kenya and the USA and compare Kenya and America, what do you call it, the UK and Germany, where I am or wherever. No, you have to understand one thing. Security of a nation is paramount. It cannot be compromised, regardless whatever you're going to say. That's one thing. Second thing, there's one thing here which I would like you to know one thing. In USA, your constitution is different from the Kenyan constitution, or from Ethiopian constitution, or UK. The UK doesn't have constitution. They don't have constitution. Those are quite different countries. Germany have a different constitution. So we cannot compare whatever is happening in the USA, German, Kenya, Ethiopia, Honduras, or whatever. These are two different, quite different issues. So when Kenya, no country in the world, to tell you the truth, as per now, as we are talking now, no country in the world has that, whatever they were, freedom of talking, abusing, whatever they want. Kenyans, they can abuse their president without nobody cared. But it goes on that way. But people, young generation, or the people with that motive, they go beyond. They go beyond that thing. I tell you, they go beyond. For example,
let me tell
you. Yes, sir.
You are when you say the security of the country, what do you mean? Is the abducting of Kenyans part of the security of the country? What does social media, the campaigning of an administration place the security of the country at risk? For example, what these people are being accused of is creating the cartoon of the president and, of course, implicating that the president may have done this wrongly or may be doing this wrongly. How does that border to the security of the country? Putting in view that we have a working legislature, a working judiciary, and a working executive. We have no any threat, both external and internal, towards the operation of the government as at now. Okay, there are no demonstrations except the ones that took place today in Embu in protest against the people who are abducted. So we are not having demonstrations. We are not having mass actions. Even the strike for the doctors is yet to start. So what is this that is bordering to the security of the country, that is warranting the abducting of the people? Isn't that abducting of the people that is really risking the security of the country? The other way around, not what you are putting.
Bernard and the rest of my fellow panelists, let us remember one thing. Wherever you are right now, wherever I am, wherever this guy is, whoever they are listening on the background, they know their security is intact. It's not because of they have a watchman or whatever, they are normal security. No, the security of the country is intact. So in case we jeopardize our own security, national security, how are you going to survive it? How are you going to survive it? That's one thing. Second thing, moment, gentlemen, I know, I'm coming to that thing. What do you want?
Order, Bwana Mining. You're taking too much time. Please, okay. I need us to have a conversation. We are closing. Remember?
Okay.
We are time back. Okay. So, what we are asking you, Mr. Mining, is who is jeopardizing the security but the security forces, because if the IG, the Inspector General, says the person abducting people, he doesn't know. The NIS, who is supposed to be giving National Intelligence Service, that is supposed to give intelligence to the administration, says he's not involved in the abduction. The DCI, Director of Criminal Investigation, says he doesn't know. Then there is a gang that is abducting Kenyans. Isn't that what is putting the security of the country at risk? And not the other way around, that the people should be abducted because the security of the country is at risk. Are you getting the point?
I'm getting.
Yeah. So if the people in charge of security don't know who is abducting Kenyans, then we don't even have that security in the first place. Okay? Because for now, the human rights people have given 82 people from June 25th until now. 82 people cannot be accounted for. They disappeared in thin air. And we have NIS, we have DCI, we have judiciary, we have legislature. I don't think that is a country I want to be proud of and defend the security, because these 82 people are not names, they are not numbers, they are really people, they are parents, their brothers, their sisters, their aunties, their uncles have disappeared in thin air. Government can't account for them, and they are abducting more to say that they are defending security. To me, that doesn't add up. And so if we really want to be part of the solution, then let's ask right questions. The right questions are, Mr. Kanja should tell us where are these 82 people. The DCI director needs to tell us where are these 82 people. Wherever the NIS head, Mr. Haji, need to tell us where are these people. If they can't, let them vacate office so that somebody competent can get in that office and get us answers. Because we are all at risk. If these 82 people cannot be found, cannot be traced, then nobody is secure, including the president. The president can also disappear.
Okay, yeah, sure. I understand you. I know, I understand the way you say. I'm
Mr.
very proud of you. I'm very proud of you. Let me answer it.
One moment.
Let me answer it.
Let's do this. Just Mr. Mining, take your a cup of water, Kwanzaa. Let's go one round, then we'll give you the last word as we close. Lala.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Mining. I think I understand where you're coming from, the significance, the importance of security, because it's something that is so critical to any government. That you lazima cannot be played around with. But what is happening in here is not what you're saying, okay? Because what you're saying is what should be done, but they are not doing what you're saying. So maybe you need to retire, go back there and help them see what needs to be done. Because what we are seeing now is total incompetency, is unheard of for the country to tell us that they don't know what's going on while 82 people cannot be accounted for. And lastly, we saw them. The cameras are there. The tapes are there. I even have some tapes myself. Okay. And nobody goes to court. So the question is, who is in charge of that security you're talking about? Because we don't have it. Hakuna watu wanapotea in the name of security. That is the opposite of vile unatuambia. Asante, back to you, Bernard.
Asante sana. Now, Mama Selina, quickly please, ndio tumsikilize Bwana Daniel, alafu tukirudi kwa mining tunafungasha. Masani haya.
Unajua Bernard, this Reverend Raila and mining, their security. Watu ni security. Wametoka kwa hiyo nyumba ya security. They know. Unajua sisi raia tunaambiwa kuna siri ya serikali. And we don't know. So nikisikia mining akisema in terms of kama alikuwa police ama alafu nione Reverend Lala ametoka upande ya army ama namna gani, But the problem is this. Ukweli ni kwamba the country is changing. Samani Penat tulikuwa tunaheshimu serikali. From the chief to the top. But now, hatuwaheshimu these people. Penat, you are talking. So now, mimi, kusikia hii mambo yote, mimi nimelelewa na serikali ya Kenyatta nilikuwa nasikia. Lakini serikali ya Moi, nilikuwa kabisa najua. Ikakuja serikali ya Kibaki, nilihusika na nikamuona. Ya Uhuru, tukitengeneza ilikuwa ni Uhuru na Ruto, tukitengeneza serikali, tukilete Uhuru kwa serikali. So, mambo ya sasa ni different. Vile generation ya sahi wanachukua serikali yao ni ngumu. But Reverend Lala, hapa Amerika, wakichua kuna inasemekana Al-Shabaab ama wakutaut kidogo, penalty in 10 minutes, your house will not be more, you and your family will not, wana surround na wanamaliza. So I want to know, hii yenye, kwa sababu ukiona hapa Amerika, unajua kwanza, unashikwa hapa wanafunga watu na nyororo penalty. Nyororo, wacha Kenya ile muko na punduki. So, mimi Kenya, tumeichukua mambo ya serikali rais. The rights we have, we don't even recognize. We don't even care about the government. I'm telling you today. Kuna vitu lazima ikuwe siri. Na samani, hata ukiwa, okay, uwezi enda fanya makosa penalty, na ukuje upembelezwe, unaletwe kotini, kuja Amerika uone ile 99 karibu 200 mpaka dunia tunatorokanga. Wakikuja kwa barabara munatuba makari yenu kando. So there are things that Kenyans tumeharibu. Serikali kukue Ruto today, kukue Gachagua tomorrow, kukue Baba Theater day, kukue penalty. The government inatakikana kuwa serikali. Penalty kuna shida moja. Wale wako serikalini, maofisa ya serikali, wameshikana na watu ya nje, wamecompromise their country. Mining amesema kuhusu ile real serikali, what is supposed to be done. Lakini hii yetu ya sasa, kila mtu anacheza. Hata rais ndio anatusiwa, but kwa njia ingine. Kwa hata hii ya Amerika. Wesi enda tu si Donald Trump, wesi enda tu si Joe Biden na utakuta NIS ama inaitwa nini wamekusaraund. So Kenya, kuna vile sisi tumesahau kuchunga serikali yetu. Kulikuwa na information. Information was power. Kulikuwa raia, wakiona mambo imeenda mbaya, walikuwa na report kwa serikali. Na serikali ilikuwa inachukua hatua. Bila hata kujulikana wewe pena tumeripoti ndugu yako. But today, unaenda kusema, polisi anamwambia watu, sisi, endeni kwa nyumba ya penalty ndiye amelete hiyo information. Watoto wamekuwa na punduki. Wanashikwa. Polisi anachukua, anamwambia wenye wana report nyinyi ni fulani. So we are the enemies of our own. We are the enemies of our own. Tunachanganya mambo. Tumechanganya siasa. Tumechanganya security. Tumechanganya hata hami na polisi. Walikuwa kuna heshima yao. Mambo ya AP. Lakini sasa sijui ni katiba. Sijui ni usomi. I don't know. But where we are going, it will be very dangerous. Thank you, Pena.
Hey, asante sana Mama Selina. You're giving a very good wide view of the whole thing. So it appears our security sector is compromised. It has different areas of loyalty. Ingine ni kwa marafiki, ingine ni kwa familia, na ingine ni kwa serikali, ingine ni kwa kila mtu. So hakuna vile ambavyo mtu anakula kiapo kwamba nitaweka siri hii ya serikali na nitatekeleza wajibu wangu ipasavyo. And for that we will forever have hiccups in the course of executing our mandate of securing the country. Sad indeed, but it is not far from the truth because of the same. Yeah, we are serving our patronage differently and putting the lives of Kenyans at risk. It's very bad and unforgivable. Well, I would like us to begin to close, ladies and gentlemen. Like I told you, we're having a very difficult time sustaining the show. The internet is not stable, and I don't want to leave you. I don't want to be locked out and not be able to end the show. So please, let's mind time. Quickly, before we go to mining, I'll give you the last word. Rasvik, how are you? Long time.
Niko poa sana Bernard, labda wewe.
Salama, umejificha siku hizi ama
Ni
ulikuwa unatafuta
schedule ndio mbaya, lakini move kwa show kila siku behind the scene.
Okay, sawa. Maoni yako hii abductions vipi? Mbio.
Yeah, habari ya madhe, Mr. Mining, Daniel na Lala. Yeah, nimekuwa nafuatilia history ya abduction ya Kenya na pia nasikia comparison na America. I think some of that comparison is totally wrong. I know serikali kuna vitu zile America wanaita top secret, lazima ukue na clearance ili access that kind of information, or even kuna kazi zingine ili upate hapa America wamekuchokora mpaka wamejua we ni nani, wametembelea majirani zako, wametembelea walimu, kila mtu ili upate that kind of clearance, kupata that kind of information. Alafu kuna kazi zile kama hukuzaliwa hapa hauwezi pata. So kuna vitu kama hizo, but ikifika pali pa wavunja sheria, as much as vile mama me-explain ati hapa utafuatwa na gari za polisi kama 20, it's true. There was a time I was driving a car and it looked like a car that was suspected stolen somewhere in Prince George's County, Maryland. I was surrounded by almost 15 Prince George's County police na helicopter. Mpaka wakaniambia ni teremshe dirisha chini, wakaniuliza license na registration, wakaran tag zangu, ndio wakapata ni gari different, ndio wakani apologize, wakaniambia kuna gari kama hii iliibiwa. Ndio tulikuwa tuna verify, tulipata information tukafikiria ni gari. So they are very serious. Alafu the difference ni kama umefanya makosa and hauna weapon, utashikwa. Hautakuwa abducted, utashikwa. Unless uko na weapon na onyesha ishara, unaweza weka maisha ya polisi hatarini, watakuua. That's the difference. What is happening in Kenya, number one, our police don't even know. Wanatuambia hata hawajui hao watu wameshikwa wamepelekwa wapi. Our court system don't know what is happening. Hapa ukikuwa terrorist, utashikwa na utapelekwa kotini na utahukumiwa. Hautapotea tu ili familia yako ijui. Familia yako itajua, Vika alishikwa, alifanya hii crime, ako New York kama ako wapi, kesi yake ni tarehe fulani, kesi iliamuliwa hivi, amefungwa kifungo ya miaka 20. Hii yetu inafanyika Kenya. It's uncalled for, it's unnecessary, it's just intimidating people because wale watu wana abducted, ukiangalia vizuri, there's a I think there's some people who are reviewing videos of what happened during Gen Z demonstration, alafu wanafuata hao vijana one by one, na pia wale watu wa nini, wale watu walifanya nini, wanatengeneza social media kuangamiza kudhulumu serikali. So what is happening in Kenya, it's totally wrong. As much as vitu za serikali lazima zikuwe siri, but what they are doing should not be accepted, kwa sababu today you might support them, but until it knocks your door. Hapo ndio utajua kumbe serikali inafanya kitu mbaya. Over to you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Rasvik. It's clear, and of course, that's why we are insisting everything must be done in order and in decency. Meaning, the police should not operate outside the law, and the citizens should not operate outside the law. And the only thing that links us is the rule of law. I am at wrong because I've broken the law, or I'm suspected for breaking the law. I am right because I'm following the law. Now, if you come and you are masked, number one, you are not identifying yourself, and you are just hurting me. You can be anything. It can be any group. So I have right to do self-defense and raise an alarm. I have right to resist arrest. If you are not identifying yourself, you're not operating within the law, then it should be dealt with outside the law. And if that is what the Ruto administration is inviting Kenyans into, then it's laying ground for anarchy. To me, that is most unfortunate. That's most unfortunate for that to be happening at this point in time. If he really wants to do away with people talking against the government or the campaign, the government should come out forthwith. Let him follow the law. Let's see. The Bible says if you do what is right, who is coming to check you out? He said you will not need anybody to come and check you out because you are doing what is right. Let Ruto follow the law. Let's see who is going to criticize him for following the law. But as long as he operates outside the law, he will make enemies. Daniel, how are you? We are closing. Daniel, are you there? How is the situation in Papua? Lala, you should engage Daniel.
Okay. How are you?
Father, I'm fine. I'm from West Papua.
Yes. How is Christmas? How are you guys in West Papua? Human rights? How is it?
Oh, yes. Now, Christmas, happy work now. But human rights process West Papua from Indonesian and now process for the democracy.
How is West Papua and Indonesia? How is the relationship?
Yes, country Indonesian, but now freedom West Papua, demonstrasi now and freedom.
Yeah, we pray for you guys, support you guys to not to be controlled by other people, but to control your own destiny. That's what we are fighting for in Kenya, that we can be free to express our opinion, to run our own affairs without interference from outside of anywhere else. And I trust that you leaders are standing strong and fighting for the human rights. If that's what you're saying, I know you're one of the leaders too.
Okay, thank you, Father. As for me, freedom West Papua from country Kenya, me give. Thank you, welcome, West Papua.
Okay. Thank you for your support, and we are with you with all people who are standing for human rights. That's what it's all about. We are just talking about the USA. In the USA, nobody can just be abducted. When the police is coming to abduct or to arrest somebody who is dangerous, there is always a judge that has to be told, has to authorize that ambush. In other words, nothing can be done or should be done without the judge ordering or authorizing or stopping it. Okay, so that people human right is protected. That's what they try. I know they have their own, US have their own issues too, but in Kenya we are having some challenges because people are disappearing, being abducted, and it is by the police, but now they're telling us it's not the police, it's somebody else, some secret people somewhere, we don't know, but most of us think it is the government. Is that going on in Papua New Guinea, Papua too, West Papua? Is there abduction going on? Government, Indonesia, abducting your people?
Yes, for the government Indonesian process, but Nairobi same work PH West Papua be Pacific Fenge. How are you?
Okay, I don't get it, but we are good. Nairobi is we are celebrating Christmas, and of course I'm not there, but I think Bernard can answer that. But we wish Papua also that it can celebrate a happy one. We are also having some challenges, but I trust if we work together, I think we can win this for our people.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you,
Have
Lala.
Happy
Thank
New
you,
Year. Merry
Daniel.
Christmas, Happy New Year.
Thank you. Merry Christmas, everybody, and Happy New Year. Thank you. Daniel, let's keep it there. And thank you for making every effort to be part of the great conversation on Sound Candy Talk. We really salute everybody for
Russ, let me, Bernard, can I just say one last thing?
Yes,
I'm
Lala.
the one who raised the issue of the US, and the reason why I do that is because what they have tried to do is before anyone is arrested for major stuff, whatever it is, abducted, because sometimes there has to be a surprise, there is always a judge who is aware who authorized it. Okay? In other words, here we are going to come to my house, okay, at night, because we know I have some papers. You got to wake that judge up, and that judge, you got to give the reason why you are going there, okay? The judge will look at your, whatever is the reason, and can say, okay, go forward. If the judge says no, you go there, that is illegal, okay? That is an abduction, that is that's an assassin, whatever. So in Kenya, we don't have that person. People disappearing, and there's none of that, because in the name of security. Thank you. Back to you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Lala. I think what you're explaining is similar to obtaining a court order, which is covered in our constitution. You can't come to my house and search it without a court order. You can't cannot go and make an arrest without a warrant of arrest. Which is
exactly. But you see, some of these things are done very quickly. You see, in the name of security, in other words, I know something that somebody is in that house, I make that call immediately to that judge. In other words, while we are preparing to go, there has to be somebody else called a judge who authorizes it. In other words, I can't come, do it, and then come later on and say it was a surprise. No, that judge is available. The government has made that person available for such purposes. That's what I'm talking about. Back to you, Bernard.
Which is the police act within the framework of the law. ours work so hard to work outside the framework of the law. Then when they are caught in outside the framework of the law, now they look for excuses. And that is why they invoke what they are calling national security, or this is a sensitive matter, or this couldn't wait for consultation, and things like that. To me, those are just excuses, because right now there is no aggression against any serious, there is no serious aggression against the administration. If there is any problem with this administration, is the problems they have brought to themselves by failing to follow the law. And so now that they have dug themselves into a corner where they have failed to obey the law, they are now looking for who to blame for the same problem they have inflicted on themselves. And that is unforgivable. All in all, I want to appreciate Alexo. Alexo, you have come with powers, so I will leave you here to close the show. Mining was responding to us on the security issue. Mining, you can give your view before Alexo comes in afresh and open the dance again.
Thank you, Bernard, and the rest of the panel. There's one thing I wanted to talk about it. About this thing, abduction. I don't think, you see, there's one thing I come to realize about the Kenyans. We Kenyans, wherever we are, either back home, whether we are outside and abroad, we take abduction as if it is something just that way. Nobody. Police can never abduct somebody and just dump somebody in the bush. Never. When I mean, there's two different things: abduction and arrest. If and when you are being arrested, you'll be booked in a police custody, then arraigned to the court within 24 hours. This thing of abduction is a little bit queer, very queer, which I say myself, for those who are abducting people, I say today, for those who are abducting people, I think somebody somewhere knows them. And that's why Gachagua has been mentioning them, has been talking about that thing, abduction, for the last almost 1.5 months. Not even almost 1.5 months, since June 26th, when he addressed what do you call it, the fourth estate in Mombasa after the president address. Gachagua and his and part and parcel of the government echelon. I say part and parcel of government echelon. Some few of them who want to sabotage the Kenyans, want to sabotage the nation, want to put the nation into anarchy, knows exactly what is going on. Abduction is not an easy thing. You cannot just abduct somebody. After 3 days, somebody emerged from somewhere in the bush. Oh, I was dropped in a coffee plantation. I was in the Longonot, where Gong. No. Somebody somewhere knows exactly what is going on. That's my assumption. Anyway, one day, one time, we will address that thing. Before you go, Bernard, there's one thing I want you to the next session, because I know you want to go and rest a little bit. I want you to address this thing. I want us to talk about this thing of AI. AI. I've been doing that thing underground, knowing exactly what is the consequences of that AI. The AI, what is going on now, it started in Kenya. They were trained 2004 to 2010. And then they left it. They started 2013 to 2017. And it's now, I may talk something which is maybe very sensitive to Kenyans. I'm sorry to talk it. For those who are listening in the background, those people or those women who were recovered, who had maybe kid or their private part taken, then they were dumped in the quarry. I think, what do we call it? Kasarani or Malikoabi? I'm sorry, I don't know what Kasarani or I don't know. Those who did that, they are the part of AI people, artificial intelligent people who are trained. And I have one of them. I'll show you one of them in the next session when we come back to this. When you are going to announce that, when you are going to announce that you want to talk about the AI, I will come with that person.
But
I'm sorry.
mining, exactly. That's very, very sensitive information. I agree, but interesting. We need to look at it in depth. I will I would want the two of you. We have two of you security people, so you will guide us as we navigate those security. Those security issues.
That's why I say it's a very
need. Hold on, those security issues need secure guidance. So I want you on this private chat, drop your number so that Reverend Lala, who is also in security, meet you so that you iron those things. When we begin to discuss them, they should not put our channel in problem and put us in problems, because that is a very serious area. I am saying this because we have been warned. We stream these X talks, X space talks, and any discussion on vaccination, Bill Gates, and it's like it's red. You will get a warning pop that you're giving information without confirmation, without credibility. You are not a doctor and things like that. So I would want you to WhatsApp each other, discuss that extensively, so that when we get on air, it is safe for the public and is safe for everyone. But I appreciate that is a very, very important subject. We can't ignore it anymore. It's now with us. It is now the new, we call it the new normal. If we will follow the Mtaikagwe approach, the new normal, we can no longer pretend it's not there. It has to be talked about. Otherwise, thank you very much. Nimlete Alexio. Alexio, vipi?
Poa sana. Merry Christmas to everyone. Mama Selina, Lala, and Mining, Reverend Bernard, Rasvik. I just want to salute you all. And the people in the comment section, Tony, Merry Christmas. This issue about abduction. Those people who are doing abductions here, they are known. They are there. But what the police have done by distancing themselves against this, they are opening a good, now we are entering into a good space, because itakuwa ni kwamba mimi niponye. When they come to arrest people, they will shoot, yes, but wataua watu, yes, but I'm very sure one of them also will have to die in that melee. It's gonna be mad. It's gonna be very, very bad, and it's gonna be ugly. hata hizo magari zao, I don't think if it survive, they will be banned. So the better they stop it, and because that's just a primitive act. These guys on internet, they're expressing themselves, they're expressing their anger because the government is not listening. If the government doesn't listen and doesn't give room for constructive opposition, then that is what is going to happen. Because the parliament has failed, judiciary has failed, the churches have failed. So where do you want people to vent their anger? Yes, and the Constitution says there's a freedom for expression. Let people express themselves. If you are offended, there's a way to do it. Take them to court. And then let's say wewe kama ni Kasongo, tuende kotini useme mimi ni Kasongo wananionea. They are talking about me. If you are not Kasongo, why do you take somebody in court? Yes, that's what I can be able just to say. Okay.
Okay, asante sana Alexio. So niende kwa hapa ya kwamba mimi hapa naitwa Kasongo na nimeonewa sana, nimeimbiwa, nimechongolewa, nimekatwa mikono, nikafanywa hii na hii. Na kama mimi sio Kasongo, niachane na Kasongo aendelee na kazi yake.
Exactly.
Sawa. So Bwana Alexio, I want to leave you with the Mama Selina, Mining, Mlala. We discuss, conclude, then end the show. I will be signing out shortly, but thank you for showing up. Let's keep working.
Bernard.
Yes,
before
yes,
you
Mining.
go,
Yeah.
Unaweza patia nani Reverend Raila ama Mama Celine nini yangu, uko naye bado, uko naye my telephone?
I'm not sure. Your other name was?
No, the same.
Mining, no. You changed your name. You used to be called Paul somebody.
No, I've never changed my name. From 2020, I've never changed it. I will never change it. For what?
Okay. I would wish, Mining. I can't find it. Maybe it's on the other phone. No, I'll find it. But if you don't mind, there is the private chat where only the people in the studio will see your number. You could just share it here on the private chat. Then Lala will pick it from there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll put it in the private chat.
Yeah, put it there so that they can get it right now. Asante sana.
Okay.
So Alexio, you take it and then look at the. Let me just confirm I've finished all my stories. Leo nilikuwa na story mrefu. 1, 2, 3, 4. If I left there, did I leave anything out? And also, Alexio, watch out.
Tunatoka na wewe Penat.
Okay.
Mama unaenda wapi?
Kuna CNC nataka nimpeleke mahali.
So okay,
sawa. I think our stories are done.
And I'm putting my telephone here so that you people can see it.
Yes, at the private chat.
Yeah. Ndio naweka saizi kabla mjaondoka.
Okay.
Ndio hiyo.
Okay.
Mwangalie yangu.
Nimeiona 000 hii ndio.
Yeah, ndio hiyo 49 na hiyo nyingine.
Okay, nimeipata.
Okay.
So
nafikiri you can give them.
Okay, drop it at
wale wanataka unawapatia, wacha niandika yako kabla hujani.
Okay.
You can give them, you can, nafikiri hata wenyewe wanaangalia.
Okay.
Kwa wale ambao wanataka Ujerumani, kuja Ujerumani, mniambie, unataka kutembea Ujerumani, mnieleze, you come.
Ruto alisema kuna kazi yetu huko. Iko?
Uko city gani Ujerumani?
Mimi niko Hanover.
Hanover, okay. Mimi upitia Hanover hapo. Nikienda nikitoka Frankfurt naenda huko Hamburg. Kinachukua hapo ni transition hapo.
Yeah, unajua kutoka Frankfurt lazima upitie Hanover ndio uende Hamburg.
Upitie ndio.
Yeah, ni lazima upende usipende lazima upitie Hanover.
Nitakuja next year. Tena nitakuja tu pengine kama February hivi.
No, it's okay. I think you have uko na simu yangu sasa, you can see it in the private, you can
kabisa. Yeah.
You can.
Thank you guys. Alex, over to you. Get the conversation going. Wengine tukutane tutakapokutana. Asanteni sana.
Siku mwema. Thank you.
Amina.
Nakutakia Bernard, kesho tutaonana. Ikiwa kama yeah.
Definitely. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a nice evening.
Mama Selina, you are going. As you close, you have any closing remark as you go?
No, the only thing I'm saying is wacha security ya Kenya na wale wanachukua watoto wetu wanasema wajui. So kama wajui, who knows? Lakini wale kutokea Reverend Lala, Mama Selina na meaning tunajua hiyo ni mambo ya serikali. Serikali inakuwa na siri mingi, na especially nilikuwa nimeambia hawa kwa kiti ya rais kuna watu wanakuwa special, wanaitwa special squad. Lakini nimesema pia watu wamesahau nchi. La tuweke nchi kwanza. Tukiweka nchi kwanza, tunaweka security, alafu viongozi, alafu sisi. But sometimes tunataka kukua opposite. Hakuna vile itakuwa sisi na serikali ikuwe nyuma. Tukue na hiyo heshima. Wakati unapoenda chakua mtu, we are 55 million Kenyans. We choose one president, one deputy president, and the rest. Wakati unapatia kura yako huyo mtu, awe ameipa ama amechukua, kwa sababu mwenye kuipa ameipiwa. Tunasahau ule aliipia mwenzake, tunapika. Unajua kwa Kikale ama kabila mingi, mwenye alitoa swara akilala, uwezi huwa swara, unarudi kwa ule. So sometimes sisi wa Kenya tunawacha mwisi na tunafuata mwenye amepatiwa. The worst person angekuwa anaishi kwa Kenya today is Chebukati. But we don't talk about Chebukati. Mwenye alienda kuitwa. But msichana akishika mimba, msasi unakuwa mkali, alafu unasema haituru. Wacha asae kwa sababu hiyo mtoto ni innocent. Hiyo mtoto akifika chini, unaonyesha mapenzi, because if you reject that child, atachireject na atakuwa mtu kabisa juu anajua alitarauliwa. But mtoto akishasaliwa, unamtunza mpaka atakuwa mtu kama wengine. So kuna mambo Kenya mingi imeenda murama. Kwanza nyinyi Alexo, vijana wataki history. Nyinyi amutambui wase, hata wasasi wenu Like, you know, sisi samani, wale watu wa samani, si musasi yako ndio unaheshimu, mtu yote mkubwa yako. Mtu yote unaweza kumuita baba, mtu yote unaweza ita mama. Lakini ya siku hizi tutakwambia wewe ni mama ya nani? Lakini usuri wanatusi hata hiyo mama masao. Unajua, mama anapishana na mtoto, baba anapishana na mtoto, bibi anapishana na bwana, na hivyo ndio mumefanya nchi. The problem is it starts inside the house. Reverend Lala na Mining wanaweza kuniambia, baba alikuwa akiingia, hakuna mtu ataongea mpaka aulize swali. Ama mama anaambia watoto muende mulale, ndio hiyo baba yenu anakuja. Sasa watoto walikaa wakijua baba amekuja. Nowadays, hata huyo baba, hakuna kiti ya baba yangu sidhani kuna mtu ameiketi mpaka leo. We don't. Kiti ya baba yetu ni ya baba yetu. Hakuna mtu anaketi kwa hiyo kiti. Mimi wakati nimetoka Kenya, niko na kiti yangu, hata watoto yangu wanajua. Hata hapa mahali ninapenda. So kuna vitu tumesahau. Na hiyo ndio imefanya nchi yetu imeanguka. Part of our family problems, kutuheshimu ndio tumepeleka mpaka nje. Now you don't see a leader as a leader. Unasikia kuna watu wanaweza tusi kiongozi ukweli mpaka unashangaa na huu mtu. Unamtusi mtu hata ukiambiwa uchakuliwe. Falexo, huwezi kuwa hata na mtu moja. Na matusi mtu kama hiyo anatoka. Amujui hata munafanya Mungu saa ingine asikie mbaya. We need to go back. Saa ile unataka kutendea watu, uchitendee kwanza. Start from your house. Heshimu baba yako, heshimu mama yako, heshimu mkubwa yako, heshimu mdogo yako. Kenyans tumetupa hiyo. Kila mtu ni mtu. Ukipata Lala barabarani, habari yako mzuri, hata unamwambia na huyu msaa anafanya nini? Hatukufanya hizo sisi. Na ndio uliona kulikuwa na heshima. Now, askari ile unamuita mkubwa ni mtoto ya 30 ya sama 25. Akili patu ni mtoto. So, mimi ni hayo tu nitasema. What we are seeing, tunaomba Mungu, kwa sababu we cannot change. My worry is, in another 15 years, where will our country be? With you chances, vile muko. Tell me which leader, nani mutaheshimu? You are partyless, leaderless. Munachanganya, kuna watu walisahau utamaduni yao. Now you are coming to some, we are tribalist, we are partyless, heshimaless, everything less. Where will you be? How will you raise your family? How will you raise your children? How will you keep your country safe? Muko na kazi. Asante.
Yes, nasema tuko na kazi. Don't you see, Mama Selina, the kids are just copying from our leaders? Because when Moi was ruling, I didn't see Moi akitukana watu. So it also depends on the nature of the leaders who are there. If the leaders carry themselves like leaders, then they will be respected. Because huwezi kuja kuniambia as a leader unanipatia SHA. Unaona? SHA umeleta by force. Mimi na contribute pesa yangu. Nikienda kwa hospitali situmii, nalipishwa. Unaniforce nyumba by force na mimi sitaki. So what do you want? Yeah, I think vile Moi alikuwa, I think Moi was ruling with also moderate.
Let me tell you. Hiyo leaders ni wale walitusi Moi. Our leaders mulichakua wesi wenu ni wale wakukuwa na heshima na wase. So you are getting what you wanted. You can tell me now. Kiongozi yenu ya Kenya Moi died without saying even hello. Aliita Moi machina. Kuna machina ingine iliitwa Moi mpaka you cannot believe. So this is your leaders. Yes, true. How do you expect? Kama wewe ulichakua mtu kama hiyo, kama alikataa kuheshimu wale wasee, unajua dhambi inakuja, inateremuka. Sasa iko kwao, mumeshika. Hata nyinyi munasema anatutusi na nyinyi mnamtusi. Na ni kwa sababu alitusiana. Unasikia leo Raila amesema nini? Mumenitusi Kenya. Hakuna majina amuchaniita. But mimi sijatusi mtu, nasemanga tu kumbafu nyinyi. Ama hawa ni wachinga. And it is true. Raila hajaishika watu. Ameitwa mukoroki. Hakuna majina hajaitwa ulimwengu. Mpaka vile Moi alimufanya. People are laughing with it. Hiyo macho yake analia. Lakini Raila amesema mbele ya Ruto, mumenitusi. Lakini si mimi bado niko Raila. So can you imagine a person like that? Ndiye Mungu amemweka juu, ile mauchungu anaambiwa asiki. I'm happy amecorrect Ruto. Amemwambia kutusiwa si haina shida. Now amemwambia mambo ya abduction ya watoto ikome kwa sababu ya kutusiwa. Si amesema ajaokopa, amesema mbele yake. So munaona heshima, huyo ni msee, ashikani na wengine. Unaenda kushika watu juu amekutusi. Ukiitwa umbwa ama Raila ameitwa mara ngapi amekufa. Lakini si yako. Yeah, so ukweli ni kwamba tujaribu tusilipishe kisasi na kisasi. Nyinyi mlichakua hawa, nyinyi wenyewe muheshimu watoto yenu kwa sababu ninajua uko na watoto. Na kama una utakuwa nayo. Sasa hiyo mtoto ataishi aje? Kama wewe mwenyewe baba unatusiana. Hiyo vitu yenye inasemwa ni ngumu sana. It is so bad. The country is so bad. Kuna TikTok, hata mimi kuna kitu nasema ningekuwa na uwezo, ningesema hiyo kitu inaitwa TikTok ifungwe kabisa ipotee. Kuna mtu amekufa sijui anaitwa Otoma, sijui Otumo, sijui nane kijana. Ninasikia wamama wanatusiana na wababa na watoto wadogo. Ile matusi inatokea hapo. Kama hivyo ndiye Kenya iko, imeisha.
Ni kijana wa 31 years naitwa Ezekiel Otuoma.
Na amekufa.
Yes. Alikuwa
footballer. Baada ya kukufa kuna msichana inasemekana bibi yake, si kusemekana bibi yake, amesimama na bwana yake. Enyewe mpaka amekufa. Kumetokea maneno mingi wa mama ingine sijui nasikia hiyo matusi mpaka, yani ukweli ya kwamba hiyo ndiye Kenya tuko. Why? Ile matusi, hiyo kitu ifungwe kabisa. Hata serikali. Ile wewe unaweza kuwa na mama yako hapo na baba yako, watu ya heshima, ama father-in-law ama mother-in-law. Maneno hiyo ngumu hiyo ikisemwa, utasikia kukufa tu hata usionekane. So nilikuwa nasema hiyo matusi, na unatusiana kwa mtu amekufa. Heshima ya Kenya ilienda wapi? Na nashukuru umesema na inaendea sana. Tunasikia hata huko, unasikia mpaka unasikia hapana. Hiyo matusi hapana. So hiyo hatukulelewa hivyo. Hata Ruto kwenda mbele ya watu rais kusema ati ng'ombe sijui imefanya nini. Kuna majina ingine ilikuwa hata uwezi tamuka kama uko kiongozi. Uwezi. Yani Kenya imeisha. Viongozi na watoto na nyinyi wote wamefanana. Hakuna mtu anaitwa mama, hakuna mtu anaitwa kuga, hakuna kitu anaitwa mama, yote pole. hiyo unasema mlichakua watu ya kutusiana.
Thank you very much. On that, Otuoma, I just want to salute Rachel. You have stood with Otuoma. Kongole. You are one of the kind. Sijaiona wewe ni mwanamke shupavu and you deserve all the best. Hiyo matusi wachana na, but whatever you have done to that boy, to that man, you are one of the kind. I salute you. Yeah.
Huyo msichana ajai tusiana na ajai ongea. Na 45 years kukaa na bwana mwenye amekaa hivyo ukweli. Akuli, analishwa, anafanya kila kitu na msichana mdogo. Hata mimi kama musasi nasema mama ya huyo mtoto alimfunza heshima. Aliweka Biblia akasema kifo itatutenganisha. Huyo msichana mwanamke kifo imemtenganisha na bwana yake. Ako na baraka zake. Lakini wale wametusi, ile matusi. Na hata mama ya kijana anakaa Nairobi. Mtu anakuchungia mtoto yako, anakufalishia mtoto yako, anapangusa, unasema huyo msichana hajakutumia transport. Shame on that mother. Thank you.
Karibu Lala, you're next.
First of all, it's good to see you, Alexio. It's been a while. Rasvik, it's good to see you. Of course, Mama Selena is with us, and
Lala ni kama internet imemrusha nje. Rasvik, tukingojea Lala arudi. Are you there?
Yeah, niko. Yeah, mi nilikuwa na history ya abduction. However much I'm not encouraging, what work were disrespectful for the government, but the government also needs to be respectful for the voters, to the citizens. Kwa sababu kama serikali ina rule in a way that inaambia watu mtadu, hiyo ndio inafanya watu wanakuwa vichwa ngumu, kwa sababu hawasikizi raia. And that's exactly what this regime is doing. They're not listening to what the people want. They just want to do what they want. Kama sahi watu wanaambiwa ati hawataki mifugo zao zichanjwe, lakini wana insist wataifanya by force, like mtadu. Unajua vitu kidogo kama hizo. When you want to introduce this kind of immunization, the first thing that you do is you train people, like you teach people, educate people so that they understand the importance, the consequences of that immunization. Without sensitization, utapata resistance, kwa sababu kila mtu ata interpreti kitu is kienyeji way of thinking. So the first thing wangefanya outreach, wafundishe watu importance ya hiyo immunization in case iko na faida. Jumi so far sijaona anywhere pali wameshare a lot of details about the importance of the immunization. Every time the president is talking about it, anatukana watu. So hao vijana ukiwatukana watazoea tu kukutukana. And hata wakimtukana, it still doesn't warrant abduction of what is going on. Kuna watu wengine unapata hawajatusi president, they've just been participating in maandamano and other civic duties to sensitize people, like wamekuwa wakifundisha watu haki zao, vitu kama hizo. So hii serikali na ogopa, wanafikiria hao watu wanapata funding kutoka nje, wanajaribu kuwashika, kuwanyanyasa, na wawapelekwi kotini, wanazungushwa tu. Most of them wakitokea wakiongea wanasema tu vile walizungushwa. And it's something that is going on without, the police, hawajui, the security system ya Kenya haielewi. So at least sasa hivi vile security wamejitenga nao, I think it's a good riddance to Wakenya. Anytime kama kuna hii abduction ikiendelea, I think it's high time watu wataanza kujihami, kwa sababu watu watakaa tu hivi wakikuja, like strangers wanakuja mtaani wako armed, alafu wanawapata flat foot. Itafika point watakuwa nenda kwa mtaa wanapata watu wako na magana. That's the bitter truth. It's going to get there soon, unfortunately. So unless the government can step up so that we can have law and order in our country, then things are going to get out of hand na itawalamba. So it's very important right now, they need to step up and figure out, okay, mtu akifanya makosa, what's the right thing to do? Mtu akifanya makosa, ashikwe, apeleke kotini, atajiwe mashtaka zake, alafu whatever sheria inasema, ahukumiwe. So, hiyo ni kitu moja. Alafu, in the beginning, Bernard saluted Wanja. And Kasongo was the first person to join Kenyans to send condolence. Alafu akamaliza speech yake ati one day cancer will be defeated. What is he doing to defeat cancer? What is his regime doing to defeat cancer? Hakuna. Anaharibu healthcare. Priority yake ni kuchanja ng'ombe instead of kudirect funding kama hizo za kufight magonjwa zile zinaua watu kama cancer. So sijui vile tuta defeat cancer na kuchanja mifugo. So he needs to get his priority right. So tuache kujidanganya hapa hivi. So, hii abduction utapiga kifua saa hii ukijaribu kutetea hii serikali, but siku ile kijana wako atashikwa, mjukuu wako atashikwa, hapo ndio utalia, itakulamba. Saa hii unajua Gachagua anafungua mdomo. When this abduction was to his advantage, he was quiet. Right now, he's on the receiving end. He knows he can be abducted any day, any time. Saa hii anapiga kelele ili asifikiwe, but I won't be surprised if one of these days yeye ndiye atanyakwa at this rate. So hii abduction imekuwa ikiendelea, but shida ni wale watu walikuwa wamefanya kazi kwa serikali ya Moi wamezoea hizi abduction, so they see it like it's a normal thing to protect the government. No, this is not normal. There are legal ways by which the government can protect itself by, anybody who is trying to jeopardize the security of the nation, they can be detained in the right way and be confined in the right way. Sio tu unashikwa, familia yako hata ijui uko wapi, hakuna mtu anajua hao watu, hizo magari ziko hazina tags. That's unlawful. So do we want to operate a country whereby mtu yeyote anaweza amka tu akona gun, anakuja na kugongea mlango, anasema wewe ndio Alexio, kuja ingia kwa gari, hata akwambii kwa nini unaingia kwa gari? That's something that, if somebody is trying to justify that, inaumiza. It's so painful. So let's be honest. Kama kitu ni mbaya, we need to condemn it. Sisi wote. There was a time 2007, ile time ya post election, I was at a local bar in Baltimore, and somebody was gave a comment that hao watu wa Nyanza nini inawasumbuanga, kila wakati lazima waandamane. So I told him, sorry about that. I told him that these people that are beating people in Kisumu, they're not police. Once they complete their work, they're going to come back to your villages and they're going to be a problem. Unfortunately, after vitu zili settle down, Mungiki walirudi nyumbani wakaanza kucollect taxes, na mama yake alikuwa na duka na hakukuwa anataka kulipa hiyo tax ya Mungiki, wakamuua. So it was unfortunate, the same thing that he was celebrating when these Mungiki people were beating people in Kisumu in police uniform. After wameshamaliza kazi yao, wamerudi sasa kwa vijiji zao, kwa sababu wanajua saa zile hawana police protection, wakienda Kisumu watauliwa. So these are things that we need to condemn in the highest order. Over to you, Alexio.
Thank you. You have just reminded me about this issue of chanjo or vaccination. We have been having vaccination in Kenya, even the polio one. I've never seen a president announcing now we're gonna be having polio vaccination. It's left to the ministry and even the cows. We have been having vaccination. Unasikia there's outbreak of foot and mouth in this area, and the veterinary officer in that area, they will be able to announce that mchanje ng'ombe zenyu, there's outbreak of foot and mouth or outbreak of this and this. So it's not the prerogative of the president to be announcing or to be doing that. It's not his work. Yeah. So if at all we're gonna have chanjo, let it be under the line ministry or those people responsible, the experts in that ministry who have discovered this and this, and for us to prevent against this, we need this. It's left
exactly.
Like that. But yes, but if at all the president will be announcing that, so that's why people are questioning, why do you want us to change ng'ombe zetu? Why? Yeah?
Ajibu.
Yes,
yeah.
Because we have been having these things. It's not that we have not been having it, but they are done systematically. Tunaambiwa soko ya fulani ya area fulani imefungwa kwa ajili ya foot and mouth, and people understand na ng'ombe zinadu. So hii mambo ya kuforce vitu ndio inaleta hii shida zote. Yes. Okay. So you should give us a break. Lala, are you there?
Oh, yes. I think what I want to say here is that in a government, there are functions, especially the cabinet. You select CSS or ministers because they are able to articulate the policies of your government. They are basically the PR people. It's the technicians like the PSS and others who are the technical people, but somebody like CS is the one to explain to wananchi, to buy them, to help them buy into your ideas, into your plans, into your programming, so that they can be part of it. But Ruto's government is about forcing things on people's throat. It's like we've said it, it's done, we go with it. And it is so bad that even a good thing, nobody will buy into it, because already you insult our intelligence, think that we are not smart enough to understand what these things are all about. If there's a problem with cows, whatever is going on, your job is to rally your team, whatever they are, to persuade us. At the end of the day, it is wananchi. We are the one that are supposed to be the real bosses. You explain to us what is it that you're doing to trying to do. In other words, what's the problem, and why do you think it is important that we do this before you implement it? So, but for them to just come with whatever they have in their mind, like the houses you guys mentioned, okay, it is a misuse of people's funds, is a lack of trust on the Kenyans. It is, to me, an indication that Camargo probably was the one who designed the constitution we are using, may not even be Kenyan one. Because when things are not done in the way we understand them, from day one of election, supposedly, when you're supposed now to persuade us, and you're forcing things on us. And it just questions the entire credibility. It shows this government is out of touch with us, and this government should have been gone long time ago, because it does not make sense. Here they are selling us this mchanjo, mang'ombe, okay? Hawajatuambia ni shida ni gani, na hata si wenyewe tumesoma, tunajua mambo zilivyo, hatuelewi. Wanatuambia habari ya manyumba, manyumba. I mean, it's ludicrous, it's laughable to begin to do what they've done. Resources that should be going towards creating jobs so that people can be able to buy. We already had a system that was not perfect, but was actually doing some things. Instead of strengthening the housing finance corporation so that they can be able to reach more people, provide more loan, investing in jobs, what they're doing is wasting it. So you wonder whether it is simply a moment for people to make us feel like something is happening and supposedly creating jobs. The question is, what jobs are being created? Okay, what are these houses going to support the industries, the work, workforce in the nation? Probably not, because they are not even built around where the jobs are. Okay, people can't afford them, so it is a big waste. And at the end of the day, Kenyans bado tunafikiri kazi inaendelea. Okay, what kind of job is going on? So, Kenya, especially those of us who are educated, and we watch this thing happening, and we don't like it, but it's as if we are being docile. Okay, so we find some few spots for us to kind of air our frustrations. I think we should ask for what is right, and what is right. This government is incompetent. It cannot yield what Kenyans need. So that's my take on Ruto's government. The CSS and PR, they are not convinced. They have not talked to us. They are pushing things in our throat. The fact that you are elected government, supposedly, which they are not, does not mean any policy just has to go. People still, that's why they're public participation. That's why you gotta take people out there to convince us. But for them, it is almost like you guys now, your brains have been chopped off. You don't have to think. You simply follow what we are doing. And we know we are going to Shakahola. That's exactly where we are. And now back to security. It's a sad one, very, very sad one. We don't know what went on in Shakahola. And my brother Mining is here. They seem to have a good grasp on security matters, okay? And they emphasize the importance of what is being done to protect Kenyans. And so when he's there in Germany, hearing that Kenyans are being abducted, 82, they cannot explain, and the police are saying, sisi hatujui, hii mambo hatuelewi, they are not part of us. Then the question is, sasa kazi yao ni nini? Sasa kazi ya security ni nini? It's in the protectors. At least one of our bitterness is that if they didn't know, there should have been a mechanism on how to know. Working closely with Wananchi, let them know what's going on. Put call centers, people call in information. There should be a particular group working on this particular issue. And to tell me that the whole of this month, not even one person is arrested, my brother and I, we agree on this. This is unacceptable. You know, they got to protect us, okay? That's why they have those extra powers to be able to do some things. And I mentioned the US, where the judges are there. It's because of the very idea that some of the security matters, you can't just share them. So, but there's one person who is a judge whom you can wake in the middle of the night, and there are a number of them, 3 of them, that you can call anytime if you have a security matters, okay? That needs a quick, immediate ambush or reaction, that it can still be done legally. Okay, the word is legally. Okay, back to you, Lexio.
Thank you, Reverend. Just the way you have said, they are line ministries. But what we understand in this government of Zakayo, he is everything. Yeye ni Alpha and Omega. Even the ministers are just there to enjoy the perks, but they are not doing the work. I hear when you suggest something, as a minister, you come up with your paper and you suggest this is what I think should be done. He will agree with you at that particular moment, and then he calls you back. Later on, you will receive a call from Mr. Kosgei, the head of public service, telling you now the boss has said this and this and this and this. So whatever he says is the law. Just the way anatulazimishia hiyo chanjo ya ng'ombe because there's a cut. And again, I've said it once, again and again, Ruto does not do anything that does not benefit him personally. He has to have his cut. If his cut is not there, he is not in that deal. So each and everything that you see him coming up strongly, ask yourself, how much is this man getting? Because for him, it's all about cuts. And Uhuru said it. Sio watu wengine huyu ya huyu, yako ni hii, na mimi ndio hii. He doesn't do anything for the benefit of the future, like the progress of the country. No. Him is about what he gets. And that's why even if after Kenyans lining up and waking up early to go and vote, and they said no to him, he refused to accept that. And that's how he's just running out like a headless chicken. Huku na huku na huku na huku. Because changes, they have been there. Na si hii haitakuwa mara ya mwisho. But they are systematically. I've lived in the village. We are told now the soko yenu ya ng'ombe imefungwa because of foot and mouth. Ng'ombe zichanjwe. And nobody has a problem with that. And we get chanjo. Lakini hii ya kutoka tu national government, kila ng'ombe ichanjwe, ng'ombe, alisema ng'ombe milioni ngapi? So maybe out of each cow anapata 10 bob, or 30 bob. We don't know. Mining.
Asante sana. Unanisikia?
Yes, nasikia.
Asante. So, mimi naweza sema hivi. Wacha nianze na mambo ya chanjo ya ng'ombe. Mambo ya chanjo ya ng'ombe, the minister, CS ambaye responsible of agriculture, or agriculture and livestock, aliyetumwa kuwa ambassador huko, I think Zambia ama Ghana, one of these countries. Zambia or Ghana, one of them.
I hear we are not supposed to talk it live about it. It's just like...
No, it's okay. I never mentioned somebody. I never mentioned who is that. I don't know even.
Okay.
The thing is, I think and I suppose, Ruto nominated people in the government that they are not competent or they don't know what they are doing. That's one thing. The other thing is, PSA livestock and I don't know.
Agriculture.
Agriculture and livestock.
Mm-hmm.
About 6 or 7 days ago, for the last 1 week, I saw him talking in one of the media in Kenya. He tried to narrate it. He said it's not a must that somebody can take it because that's his own issue. The livestock or whatever he has, that's his own property. You cannot force him. But if he is willing, if that person is willing to do it, he can do it. If he's not willing it, that's his own problem. That's one thing. The other thing, which is I can say, most, I can say, without a contradiction of, I don't care. Most of those who are in the government now, as a PS, CSs or the PS, they don't know what they are doing with. I can say that one. I don't care. I'm an old idiot person. That's what they can say. Wachana hiyo mzee hiyo mjinga hiyo. Anaongea ile ajuni. I don't care. But the consequences lies to the small, vulnerable farmers. Who is going to help them? Who is going to educate them? You know, from since this constitution of 2010, the old issues have been changed in a way that those old people, not me, those our fathers, they never knew such a thing what we are doing now. So for them to understand it, or for those who are senior to us, you and me and Reverend Lala, sorry, karibu niseme Malala. Reverend Lala, I'm sorry, sir. If you are not going to explain to us, try to narrate to us exactly what do you mean by doing this is this, you cannot understand it unless you elaborate it clearly so that we can understand it and say, okay, we can do it. That's the problem. The other thing, the third and the most important thing is President Ruto, either he never try to explain to his cabinet, or those who have been nominated or who have that have been put in those particular issues or particular ministries don't understand it. Let's take, for example, Ministry of Education. It was started in 2017. Up to now, since 2017 up to now, 7 years, 7 good years, almost say 8 years. No one, not even one person from the ministry, not even one teacher understand what do we mean by what do you call CBD or CBD? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, that's what really?
CBC. CBC.
CBC.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm sorry to CDB. Okay, CBC. No one understand what it means by CBC. So, ikiwa kama uwezi kusaidia wananchi walio wengi wananchi wa Kenya, mimi naweza sema 50% of them or the parents, 50% or 60% of them hawajui what it means by CBC. Ukiambia CBC anasema CBC ni nini? Sasa mzee wa nyumbani ule ushago kabisa nyumbani pale ueleze CBC hata leo ni nini atasema kweli. Kusema kweli. Ikiwa kama wale walimu ama education officers, ikiwa kama hawataelezwa ni kitu ambayo waeleze wale wengine, wale wazazi, CBC inamaanisha nini? Ni kusudi gani CBC imeletwa? Ikiwa kama utaeleza kwao, sasa wataelewa nini? And that's why this education system, the new system, it hasn't picked up. If even when they are not going to try to progressive it in a good way, kueleza watu, it will be a failure. It may be a good system, kusema kweli, because we have to identify a kid from younger age. Kwa mfano hapo Ujerumani wana identify watoto wakiwa young at a lower primary, wana identify a talent yake, anatakana aelekee pande gani. Ikiwa kama wanaona mtoto anaelekea pengine upande wa sports ama upande wa uchoraji ama upande wa nini, usanii, wanajaribu kuguide mtoto akielekea juu. Even when kama hawezi kuguide hiyo mtoto atabaki hivyo. So that is the other thing. The other thing is Ruto amefeli kwa njia mingi. I'm sorry. I don't defend when it's a failure, it's a failure. I'm not going to defend a failure. I'm going to tie. I don't care. Amefailure mwenyewe. Why should you try to impose things to citizens without having a proper idea and ideology? Having ideology imaanisha sio wewe mwenyewe, ni lazima uulize watu ambao wanakuzingira wewe, kama mnaita nini hao watu, advisors mnaitanga nini kwa Kiswahili? Washauri. Kwa wale nyinyi mmesoma Alexio, wewe mwenyewe unaita washauri. Ni lazima hao na watu awe na watu ambao ni washauri, ambayo wanaweza kupingana na hawa, sio kupinga hawa, wanaweza kupingana na hawa. There's one thing that we call it, you agree to disagree, or disagree or disagree to agree to an issue. Ni lazima mpingane, usema pale sio hivi, ni hivi, ni hivi, ni hivi, ala mwisho unakuja to compromise. That's one thing. Now, the most important thing, apart from education, is health insurance. We have more than 70% or 75% of Kenyans vulnerable because of health insurance. How are we going? How is that government going to maintain this 70% who are not, they don't have any job? Most of them old or more than 35 years, they are getting lower wages or salaries a month. Some of them, 40% don't have any income. Ukiona noti ya 1,000 pengine ni mwisho wa mwaka, pengine amefuna gunia 10 peke yake ya mahindi, na gunia 10 peke yake ya mahindi anauza hii gunia 10, na baada ya miezi 3 analala njaa, au mwezi mmoja analala njaa. How are we going to make them not to depend to politicians? That's a very big question. How is he going to convince the whole population, the 55 million people, to make sure that each and everyone, kid man, woman, young generation to register it. If they are going to register it, how are they going to be maintained on a daily basis? Some of them have to go to hospital 3, 4, 5 times a week. Is the government going to maintain them? And who is going to make that? Are the doctors going to be going to do work if they are not going to be paid well? Somebody who is going to, as a doctor, going to hospital, try to make sure that somebody's life has to be saved. More than 14 hours a day or 18 hours a day. It's a very challenging thing. The thing is, Ruto has to think 4 times. He either take other people, he can maintain them. Those who are in the government, or those who are ministers, if they are their own, if they are his friends, he can maintain them. But the technical side, the CSS and the they are just CSS. They are just PR, public relations, yeah? Just to maintain. But those who are on the technical side, how is he going to maintain them? You cannot just give somebody 30,000, 40,000 a month to work 60 hours a week or 70 hours a week, to work it until midnight. You give them 40,000, but perhaps that those people who are working that way, they have their own family. Not even perhaps, they have their own family. They have to maintain their family. They are not going to meet, going to sit with their family more than 4 hours a day or 3 hours a day. That's a very, very big challenge. To me, anyway, the thing is Kenya going to be one of the good countries? Is Kenya going to maintain its own reputation as before? I don't know. Perhaps no, or maybe yes. But in which way? There are so many things we have to ask ourselves as a nation. So, gentlemen, those who are, I know they are listening. Most 80% of those whoever you call them leaders, they are listening. But who is going to do it? Some of those who are in the government right now, they're cheating Ruto in many ways. I may not know, perhaps I know, but they are cheating him. They're trying to tangle him go this way. This is the right way. Oh, no, the other one say, no, this is the right way. No. How? If we ask everybody in the country to contribute it publicly, give his own views or her own views, try to enhance all those views, come together, find a solution. I always say myself, not me, this has been things which have been going for many years in security. you have to bring all views from your own troops to enhance, to have that solution. Because without solution, you cannot defeat an enemy. You have to have a solution. There's always a solution. There's no problem. There's always a solution. So the solution for Ruto is to have way of having compromise. No, you cannot compromise with the human health. You cannot compromise in the other issues. You can only compromise with your own personality, personal issues. You yourself, as an individual, but you cannot compromise on the family issue. So the family issues is like the government issue or the country issue. So he has to think twice. Seeing him for the last 1.5 years or 2 years, changing his own cabinet three times, that means there is something going on which is not right. I'm sorry, gentlemen, for those who are listening, there's something going on which is not right. Ni lazima to find out the solution. Tukisema sasa to employ the young generation, I'm sorry, Alexio, mimi naweza sema wazi, young generation kusoma haimaanishi uko na experience. Having a degree does not mean that you have that in your mind. These are only theoretical. But coming to the practice means it needs somebody. Unajua, kwa mfano, unasema Reverend Lala, wewe mwenyewe umeishi Ujerumani, so Ujerumani, America, you know it. For somebody who has been working for quite a long time, and for somebody who just come from university having that paperwork, I say paperwork because as a theory, whatever you have been doing, AI, whatever, all those technology, theory, he or she has to undergo a certainty way of coming into the system of that company or whatever he or she is going to work in order to come to be a leader of that company. It's not easy. Lakini nani atatusaidia? Sababu tukiendelea hivi kwa miaka mingine 10, hata sio 10, miaka 5, we are going to be. Tutakuwa naangalia watu, tutakuwa naangalia hawa wenzetu hawa, Tanzania, Uganda, Burundi, Somalia, Somalia ambao tulienda tusaidia, tulikuwa nasaidia, tunapigana kusaidia kupigana na Al-Shabaab. Watakuja tu. Tobi ndio hiyo umeenda. South Sudan ndio wanajaribu nini, watakuja tu, watatupita tu. Tukiwa tunasema sisi ni kweli, we have brain, young generation with the brains, but they are totally vulnerable. They don't know where to go. Hata wengine wanapanda juu ya mtu, wanajifunga kamba, tutasaidia namna gani? Hiyo ndio swali kubwa sana, which needs the 54 million Kenyans or 55 million Kenyans. Plus, when I say 54 or 55 million Kenyans, plus those who are born today or this minute in Kenya, tujisaidie sisi wenyewe. tuangalie vile tutafanya maisha yao yaende. Mimi yangu Reverend Lala na wewe Alexio, miaka Mungu atusaidie, miaka tukifika miaka 80 huko tutashukuru, lakini wale huko nyuma yetu tutafanya nini wasije wakaingia vile tuko? Tunataka we want them to be better than us. How are we going to make it? A very, very, very big question. Thank you.
Thank you, Maini. We are told that yeye ndiye Ruto advises his advisors. Yeye ndiye advisors. So even advisors, they are just there to get a salary, to earn a salary and big perks. Some matumbo zinataka kuanguka because of nyama yenye wanakula huko. Speak.
Yeah, Ruto is a one-man guitar, you know. He's the owner of the band. He's the band, and he plays the guitar on behalf of all the instrument, and he sings by himself. So that's how he operates his cabinet. And ukikuwa in his cabinet na unajua mingi, hauta survive. Akona watu wake wa mkono, wale wanakukomesha, wanakuambia we hapa hivi, slow down. We kazi yako ni cabinet, we ni secretary. Yeah? That's how they tell you kwa hizo maofisi, kwa sababu hao ni watu wake wa mkono, wale wana report direct kwake. So cabinet is just ceremonial, ili watu wa sehemu fulani wapige makofi waone wako kwa serikali. But in real sense, most of those cabinet, I doubt whether they even know what goes on in those ministries, you know, especially kama sahi security. Vitu zinafanyika, unaona, all this kind of abduction na interior cabinet secretary ama PS are so clueless on what's going on. You know, our police are so clueless. That means vile Gachagua alikuwa anaongea leo, anajua vizuri how that government operates, how they were operating. He has the details on how they were operating. You know, he knows exactly how, you know, that special abduction team was formatted. I just had a question for Mr. Manning. You know, he was talking about, you know, vijana, you know, that they need to be very cautious. So right now, our Kenyan situation, pretty much, it's the old people that are letting us down. Vijana were like, you know, trying to do what they could. But now, wazee wanapewa position, alafu wanaambia vijana, nyinyi nyamazeni, nyinyi bado ni vijana, amuelewi. Sasa, you know, au vijana ni lini tutaelewa kama sisi vijana, ili tukue hatua, kwa sababu ukiangalia hii position wamegawiwa, ni wazee bado wamegawiwa hizo position. Vijana hakuna kitu walipata. You know, they're the same. Juzi nilisikia Babu Owino akisema like right now is ready to even afukuzwe ODM kama ni kusupport Ruto, kwa sababu, you know, sometimes supporting Ruto with all these things going on, it makes it kind of difficult to understand yourself as a young man or an old man. You know, somebody doing all this abduction, even if you come in front of TV to condemn the abduction, alafu leo umekaa na yeye mnapiga story mnacheka. Sasa mnacheka nini? Si hapo ndio ungemsomea sawa sawa vile hii vitu za abduction sio mzuri. You know, we need to get a little bit serious on throwing jab at young people. Young people now are old, tumekoma. Most of us are managing big corporations. Most of us work in big corporations in different perspective. Some are doctors, engineers, are decisions makers somewhere, and they're managing those. They're doing those roles in a very competent way. And when you see that it has reached a point whereby they are exposing the government, it means that they understand more than what the regimes have been hiding. So I think the honest truth right now, in order for us to move forward, it's just high time that we need to also include the so-called young minds in, way forward. That's where most countries are. If you look at most developed countries, their politicians are actually average over 40 years old. Look at UK election. The last election, they had a lot of Gen Zs who are, in different elective positions. And if you look at people like Biden, walianza kitambo, in their 20s. So, anybody who is 20-year-old and he's competent enough to, lead these people, that is somebody that, we need to give him an opportunity and listen to him, and also advise them, groom them so that, they become better leaders. But we are not supposed to, call young people weni mtoto. Mtoto anakoma. Even your child, with time he develops. So you help him develop, you advise them. Si ati saa zote tu tuna point fingers, tunaambia wewe unajua wewe ni mtoto, sikiza. No, listen to them, try to look at things from their perspective, share your perspective, then that helps manage things better. When you look at things from different perspective, somebody's opinion might even make your opinion be like a genius. When you listen to them, these young people, they're very innovative and they know how to do things through shortcuts. So those their shortcuts, what you do, you review their shortcuts, but you make sure that their shortcuts are ethical. They follow the laid operations, procedures, and standards, so that whatever that you do has to comply. So you, old folks now should be like compliance team, whereby you're just making sure that our vijana, they're compliant. Whatever they're doing is per what the law says. We are doing like auditing. We are guiding them. We are teaching them that, the best thing to do, this is the best way to take, and things like that. And I think if we integrate both the old and the young minds, that is how Kenya will be at the top where we want it to be. All of us, our interest is to have a country whereby we are proud of. Nobody wants to live in the diaspora. Personally, I hate it. I don't like it. It's only that the opportunities that we have out there, are way better than opportunities that are in Kenya. Like there was a time I had a relative. At one point, she was in the government, and the child was going to a British school. Then things turned around, akakuja diaspora. When she came to diaspora, mtoto wake akaenda to a public school hapa local tu, bali anapewa kitabu, anapewa kalamu, anapewa breakfast, anapewa lunch na kila kitu. So mtoto tu natuma tu asome. mpaka mtoto mwenyewe alikuwa anasema hii shule is way better than the British system ile alikuwa anapelekwa Kenya. That's a public school. So this is a legislator that during her time she could have advocated for education to be that good in Kenya. Unfortunately, she failed us. So, let us try and push so that we make things in our country better for all of us, so that most of us can come home and enjoy without struggling. Thank you.
Nice presentation. Lala, do you have anything to add on that?
Give me 2 minutes, I'll be with you. If somebody go ahead.
Okay. Okay, Rasvik, what you're saying is everybody wants the best for the country. But there is the problem is those people who get opportunities to make changes in the country. They don't do that. They get opportunity. Instead, they get opportunity to rip off the country, to steal from the country. And they don't even think about what will happen tomorrow. So if at all they have been given this ministry, they don't think about making a difference in people's life. Like, what can we be able to say, like this issue of SHA? I've just had a friend of mine who has just told me she has just left the hospital. She was admitted there for the last 3 days. And then she was discharged today. Yesterday, yes, she was discharged yesterday. Going to get out a discharge sheet and going, and then SHA ikaletwa hapo, it was unable to pay for her. So she had to pay from her pocket. And this is the person who has been contributing religiously, and when the SHA started, they were forced to enter into that scheme. Now see, she's leaving the hospital. She has been in the hospital for the last 3 days. The SHA is supposed to cover for the hospital for the bed charges around 4,000 and something. Yeah, totaling around 13,000. Yeah, she had to check from her pocket. Anaambiwa enda uambie sijui HR. So who's gonna do that? And the NHIF has been paying these things without any problem. Na huyu ni mtu mwenye hapo. So imagine those who are depending on this kitu inaitwa SHA, the social health insurance from my chief fully, how they are suffering. You can imagine the pain, and somebody has been contributing. So these are the people who are there that are just there to benefit themselves, but not to advance the health, the welfare of the citizens. They're just there to make money. Like this issue about abduction. Even if those guys, when you're mechaguliwa, police wameenda kwa hiyo school. So tell me how it's gonna benefit you once you abduct ule mtu mwenye alichora cartoon. Yeah? Like the way you abducted the Longton brothers for 32 days. Tell me how you benefited, you as a policeman or a rogue policeman when you umekuwa. Tell me how you benefited. Ilikuongezea mshahara? Did it? After keeping those guys for 32 days, what did it benefit you? Are you gonna rise to the occasion now to kuwa the commissioner ama nani because we will adapt to you are used to adapt to abduct wengine? People should think, even those guys when wanakuwa napewa kazi chafu kama hivyo, they should refrain from that, because this is a falling government. A government that turns to be abducting people, I'm very sure this is a falling government. It's a government that does not get, it's not going to get anywhere in the near future. So that's why they decide to use Kadadabra means Yes.
Alexio, and my brothers there. There's one thing I can tell you one thing. About abduction, I know it's not a good thing. And it's not going to be an easy thing. But the thing is, which I may say, most of us, the young generation, the Gen Zs, Gen X, those who are young, more than, less than 40 years, we have taken the freedom that we have been given to talk or do whatever we feel like. There are two different things of here, which between the abduction and the arrest. Abduction is not part and parcel of the government. Any government, regardless which government. But arrest is a different thing. Being arrested, according to the constitution or the laws of the countries, wherever you are, is within maybe other countries within 24 hours, or other countries about 48 hours. It depends on countries. The thing is, we or us as parents, we have to restrain our kids, our young generation, or our younger brothers, to refrain themselves to a certainty to come or try to confine themselves within the laws of the country. Because abduction, as I know myself, it's not an issue that we can compromise. No, what do you call it? It's not a thing that should be or must be there. No, in any whichever country. But being arrested is a different thing. The person has to be charged according to the laws, according to the whatever that person has done it, either criminal or whatever. Those are different things. But we have to understand one thing. Is Kenya dictatorial country? No. Is Kenya being governed by the rules and laws of the country? Yes. Are we being abided by the laws of the country? Yes. Those are the things our young generation, our brothers, the young ones, they should understand it. Otherwise, if and when there are those people who are abducting people, I may not know. I don't want to know, but somebody somewhere is doing that. Either to sabotage the government of Kenya or to make the Kenya nation into anarchy. There are two things. Either nataka kufanya serikali ianguke. Kumbuka serikali ikianguka, all of us, wale mko Kenya na wale wako tuko nje, we are going all to be in a ditch. Tutaingia sisi zote kwa shimo, sababu wale tuko nje, tuko na watu huko nyumbani, brothers and what and cousins and what of parents. Mwisho, we are all in a stupid idiot thing, kwa sababu ya watoto wetu, ama kwa sababu ya watu sio watoto wetu, ama kwa sababu ya mandugu zetu ambao hawafikirii mbele, wanafikiria tu wanataka kitu fulani ya serikali ianguke, ili kumbuka serikali ikianguka sote serikali ama ikipenduliwa, sisi zote tuko kwa shida. Nobody, hakuna mtu atasurvive, sote tuko kwa shida, huwe nje ama ndani ya serikali, sote tutahangaika. Because wakati serikali itapenduliwa, military ichukue hatua, tutakuwa kwa shida. We will be in a problem, all of us, whether you are in or out, tutakuwa kwa shida. Please, what I can emphasize to Kenyans, tafadhali, msijaribu kufanya vitu kama hizo. Uwe ukiwa kwa serikali, ama uwe ni polisi, ama uwe ni NIS, ama uwe nini, ama kuna special forces, ama special unit ambao wanafanya vitu, tafadhali unapofanya hivyo, ukiwa kwa hiyo unit, ujue uko kwa shida, sababu ukiweka watu, ukiattack watu bila serikali kujua, ama bila wananchi kujua kama hii mtu kwa polisi amepelekwa kotini ama wapi, zote tuko kwa shida. Wewe ambao una abduct watu na wale ambao hawajui ni kitu gani inaendelea, zote tuko kwa shida. How do we make better? Tutafanya namna gani iwe better? Sio kwa sisi wewe ambao tuko naishi sasa hizi, kwa wale ambao watakuja baadaye, miaka 20, 30, 50 baadaye, ama miaka 200, 500 huko baadaye. Ni sisi wenyewe lazima tuangalie vile tutafanya. Tafadhali polisi, kama ama Ruto, the government, ama whoever is responsible for that thing, please don't put Kenya in anarchy. Kenya is a beautiful country. Kenya is one of the enthusiastic, most admirable country in the world. No country in the world, no city in the world, whereby national park where animals, all kind of animals, is within the city. It's only Nairobi in the whole world. Forget about zoos. Zoo ni mahali watu wanyama wanaweka tu confined within kilomita moja hivi, wanyama zaidi ya 200, 500. Lakini Kenya, Nairobi is the only city in the world, mahali wanyama wanatembea freely within the city. Ukiwa nyumba ya juu unaangalia wanyama wakiwa wanatembea. Jamani, naomba polisi, ama naomba NIS, ama naomba security personnel, whichever echelon they are, to make Kenya the better as you found it. Lakini itawezekana ikiwa kama watafikiria, itawezekana kama sisi wenyewe tutaweza fikiria kama wananchi, tuliframe kwa vitu vingine. Hakuna inji Kenya, hakuna inji katika ulimwengu hii, no country in the world, as per now as we talk, is more freely. They can talk, they can say, they can write it in the media, social media, as Kenya. Hakuna. No. Unasema USA, they are free? No. Ujerumani mali niko na hii, mali niko saizi. I can write it vitu ambayo inaweza can damage the government of Germany. You cannot see it in social media. Unaweza andika kweli, lakini iwezi pita. Inazibwa. Inakatwa tu hivyo. Mimi sijui, nikijaribu kuangalia, ni kama imeenda, na kumbe imekatwa. So how are we going to do it in our country? We have been given by our constitution. Tumepatia right ya kuweza kuongea ile kitu tunasongea, lakini tunaharibu. Sisi wenyewe tunaharibu. Tunaharibu sisi wenyewe. Tusiseme na serikali ndio nani, hapana, ni sisi wenyewe tunaharibu. We are the one who are destroying our need. We are destroying our future, not even our future, the future of the next generation. Let us refrain. Unaandika kitu unaandika, lakini be at least refrain yourself, say no. I shouldn't go more than that. Hata kama ni mambo ya monetizing ya pesa. Kweli unataka pesa ndio, lakini lazima uandike kitu ambayo mtu unatafikia. Unajua kesho unataka pesa, kesho kutu unataka pesa. Mtondo na mtondoko na miezi na miaka sijazo unahitaji pesa. Sio tu kwa sababu yako, ni kwa sababu ya watoto wako. Na watoto wako bado watahitaji pesa ili wapeane kwa watoto wajukuu wako. Let us refrain ourselves. Kama the demonstration kama hii ya June 25th. Well, kweli tuliangalia from the beginning, wakati ilipofika saa 5:45 nilikuwa naangalia kwa media na all those kwanza, hata vijana walikuwa wameweka kwa mtandao mnaitanga streamline mnaitanga stream live mnaita nini, najua BBC
Live streaming.
Yeah, live streaming. Live streaming. Waliweka kwa live streaming. But it was hijacked. The Gen Z knew what they were doing. They were doing very nicely. It was more admirable in the whole world. But there were some issues. There were some collaborators in between ambao waliingia ndani wakaribu kila kitu yote. Kenya mlikuwa mmefanya Kenyans did one of the best thing in the world, demonstrating peacefully, young generation. But these politicians, they fucked up. I'm sorry to say fucked up. They fucked up everything, which was not the right thing. Singependa hivyo. Nobody. Hata kama ungekuwa wewe, ungefanya hivyo. While they were demonstrating there, the goons were in the estate demolishing their businesses of those who are going for demonstration. Aingetakikana hivyo, no. Waliporudi nyumbani wanakuta those who had businesses back home, kila kitu imebomolewa, manyumba zimeibiwa? Hapana. Kama ulikuwa wanaenda kwa demonstrations wote wangeenda, lakini wengine wanaenda, alafu wengine wanarudi nyumba kwenda kubomoa manyumba ya watu na business ya watu. No, that means somebody somewhere was behind it. That was not the good way of demonstration. And Alexio,
Thank you, Mining.
mimi saa ngapi huko Kenya? Mimi ni saa 9. Oh, saa 8:33. Bwana, mimi nataka kulala bwana. Kesho mimi naingia kazi. Leo mimi naingia kazi.
Asante. Thank you for your contribution.
Anyway,
but wengine wanasema how should they understand and they were lied to, they are jobless, they are lied to by Zakayo. And then again, the other thing is, how do youths understand watu wakubwa kama kina Chebukati, they are doing the wrong thing. They are just selling the country instead of putting the best interest of the country. They should be able to know that I've been given this job to protect the future of Kenya. Now see whatever he did. For a few coins, he sold the soul of Kenya. Now Kenya is bleeding.
Okay. Let me answer it a little bit. Maybe how many questions were those?
And just saying, no jobs for young people. Ruto lied to them. How should they understand? And they are jobless. And then the voice of Gen Z is the voice of God. Mwingine anasema hapa Kenya, na mimi mwenyewe nasema, how do you want the youth to understand, while a few people, mostly a person like Chebukati, who I'm very sure pesa yenye alisomea ni pesa ya Harambee, alichangiwa. The community was contributed to his education, and then when the community contributes to your education, mostly they want you to be a role model in education, and then we know the community. But since you have been given the big job of responsibility, which requires you to put the best interest of the country at heart, you go for a few coins, and then you sell the soul of the country.
Okay, this one. Let me answer in a very, I cannot a very systematic way, but in a very quick way. What I can say. One thing. Being jobless for a young generation, I can say there are 3 people contribute that jobless. 1, the parents. 2, the government. 3, that individual. When I say 1, the government, we have a system in Kenya whereby most of them, we have a system whereby most Kenyans, not even most young generation, those who are from colleges, university, whatever, TVET or whatever you call it, they have done good job. They have been studying, but they are studying in a theoretically, which is not supposed to be that way. It is supposed to be 3 months theory, or you make it in 1 year, 2 days theory, 3 days practical in a company. That's the way the German, that's the way it has to be. That's the TVET, whereby you go to school 2 days in a week. You cannot go, maybe Monday you go to school, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, you are in a whatever company you are doing a practical practice or a practicum or a practice. Friday you go to school, theory in the school. That way for the next 3 years. When this person comes out from that, after qualifying that whatever he or she is doing, definitely, I say definitely, he has two choices. Either he can do it himself, open his own a small company, or he can work in the company maybe 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, and then try to open his own company. That's one thing. The second thing is, the second failure, it is us parents. It is us parents forcing our kids to do the things the kids don't want to do it. Maybe you are a teacher. You say, I want you to be a teacher. I want you to be a professor. That's not to be. It has not to be that way. You have to give a kid his or her own freedom to venture his or her own way by choosing or doing what he or she find is very, very convenient to him or herself. The third thing, which I attribute to that jobless, is that individual kid whereby after finishing, getting whatever certificate or diploma or degree, thinking that he or she is going to be employed automatically. No way. Never. Never in this world. You have to venture yourself. You have to find your own way yourself. You have to find your own way yourself. Because there's nothing good which comes just that way of the way. No. You have to find it yourself. You have to get it yourself. Mm-hmm. That's the most important thing. That's what the thing. So the other question was?
What do you want youth to understand when bigger people who are given responsibilities, bigger responsibility, they just sell it like that? The likes of Chebukati.
Okay. That is a very, very big failure for the government. It is the government big responsibility that first, you cannot have a future generation, future leaders without the young generation, the young now generation, those who are under 35. You have to involve them in the government in whichever way, whether you like it or not. They must have to be there. It's not going to be your own son. It's not going to be your own relative. That's the big, big failure. And that's why all these things, which is happening in Kenya now, is the failure not from Ruto, not from Uhuru, not from Kibaki, not from Kenyatta, what do you call it, Moi, the failure from Mzee Jomo Kenyatta. Had he from the beginning put the foot down and say, no, we are old now, we need the future generation to be the leaders of this country. We fought it, yeah, sure. Maybe 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, we are not going to be there. Let us bring the young generation inside. and stood up, put the foot down, say, no, we have to. Kenya could not be in this way now. We could be far more better than even more countries in the world. But our forefathers failed it. That's the big problem. So it has been going that way for the last 30 years, 50 years, 60 years. So to eradicate that, and that was the beginning of this thing, what we call
tribalism. Corruption and tribalism.
Corruption is tribalism. Corruption is tribalism. Corruption is not the other thing. Corruption is tribalism. Tribalism comes to ethnicity. Ethnicity comes to clans. Clans come to family ties. Wherever I'm working, my son has to come there. My sister has to come there. Oh, wherever. Oh, my friend. Oh, yeah. Not even my friend. Family ties within that. So it keeps on that way. That's where corruption started. So the other thing.
That's all. As we wind up, maybe I just want to give Rasvik 2 minutes, and then you can also, after that, you can also close with a 1 minute mark.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So, Santi Alexiou. So just to close, Maring, I don't know when was the last time you visited Kenya, because the main problem in Kenya, it's not the parents and it's not the youth, to be honest with you. We have a regime that is not creating employment in Kenya. The only employment that they are creating is digital. And let me tell you, to be honest, the digital job that Ruto is creating of finya computer inatoa dollar, it's this concept of tokens. And you'll find that right now, TikTokers, there's a lot of people on TikTok. You know why? It's because of idleness. There are no jobs. So they have like the whole day to be on TikTok. They have nothing better to do than to be on the TikTok. And they try to make contact. And some of them are not creative. So when they're not creative, they just throw all kind of insults, thinking that they're trending so that they can get tap, tap the screen. And there's a concept of the more tokens you get, the better payout. So that's exactly the kind of employment that Ruto created for himself. So when these TikTokers are coming up with all these kind of memes for Kasongo, he's the main contributor for that, because he has raised taxes. So the companies that were good employers in Kenya are shutting down and moving their operations to other countries, or considering other ways. So like right now, think of a company like Cadbury's. It's just like a distribution center. They manufacture their products in Ghana, bring them to Kenya, and distribute. It used to be a big employer. Companies like BAT, those were like big employers. And just that is just to name but a few. So if the government cannot create opportunities, so however learned or our country is, and there are no opportunities, kazi zile wanatutengea ni za kutupeleka sijui Saudi Arabia and all these other countries, na sijui ngapi alipata German, kwa sababu serikali ya German waliruka wakasema hawajui hiyo story. Maybe wewe uko kwa ground, unaweza tuambia ni kazi ngapi ziko huko wa Kenya wakuje wafanye. So Kenya is hard. Parents are trying their best. They are selling everything, selling land to take their kids to school, to set them up for success. But the regime is failing us, whereby it's making education more expensive. it's not creating any opportunities for internship. You know, kitambo there was this youth program whereby NYS watu walikuwa before ingie kampo wanaingia NYS kuna tu zile ma skills mtu alikuwa anafundishwa huko, so hata before ingie kampo, you know, kuna some basic skills and discipline that has been instilled in you, so by the time you are going to campus you are ready, you know why you are going to class. You know, sometimes right now, you know, from high school you just go to campo and you haven't even figured out what you want to do. You know, you're just taking some classes that you even don't know if those classes will help you. But after going through, you know, programs like NYS, by the time you are entering that classroom, at least you've been exposed to the world kidogo. So you know exactly why I need to take this math class, why I need to take this class. You know, it took us a while, especially I'm talking from a personal perspective, to figure out the importance of subject. Right now, I'm at a point whereby if I have to go back to class, I take relevant classes that pertain to my career goal because I know exactly what I want. If somebody is trying to offer me a class that is not beneficial, I'll just tell it that, hey, that class doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't help me in my career path, things like that. So those are things that we are lacking in Kenya. So this regime needs to be more of people focused than just self-centered. You know, to be honest, tusijidanganye, Ruto ni mlafi. He thinks about himself. If a deal is there and there is no cut for him, that deal is not good for the country. But if there is a big cut for him, that deal has to go through no matter what. He will push it. You know, you saw it with the Adani deal. You're now seeing it with the vaccination. You know, you saw it with the Haiti deal. You know, there was a big cut for him. That's why he sent soldiers, Kenya police so quick in Haiti. Si ati anapenda watu wa Haiti sana. There's a big cut for him. So if that funding is cut, utaona vile atajidistant na hiyo story ya Haiti. So we have a regime whereby Kenyans are not a priority. This SHA, there was a big cut for him. He didn't just implement SHA because he wants to change healthcare. If he wanted to change healthcare, we already had NHIF. He could have streamlined it and made it better. We didn't have to spend a lot of billions to start something from scratch. Already we had something going on. So we could have just renovated it, you know, process improvement, improve the process so that it gets better to benefit the people instead of introducing something which is just, you know, causing more disaster in our healthcare system. It's bringing a lot of confusion, leaving people, family members with a lot of bills to pay. So, you know, Wakenya, please, right now we are getting to a point whereby we are alone. So we just need to accept the reality that we are on our own. And when we are on our own, we need to look at ourselves in the eye and ask ourselves, what do we share in common? Once we answer that question, what we share in common, that is the right time that we'll now be ready to make a move. And I want to leave that assignment to all Kenyans tonight. You know, reassess yourself, then look at your brother, your sister, your neighbor, and ask, what do we share in common? Ni mashida zetu ndio tuna share in common. Hizo ndio vitu tuna share in common. And we need to figure it out how we can come together and fight so that we can pave way and create systems that work for us. That's all that we need. Kenya, we need to have a system that works for us. If we have a system that works for us, we won't even care who the president is. If you look at countries like Germany, United States, Britain, they have systems in place that function. You know, the judiciary functions, you know, their parliaments function, there are different departments, ministries function. So it doesn't care who the president is, and their constitutions also function. So when we have systems that function, that presidential seat is like a hot seat. If you play around, you're out. If you play around, you're out. And you won't use presidency to manipulate Kenya and bait Kenya that, if you don't sing my song, then no development for you. No, we have a system in place that ensures that there's development in every place. So those are the things that we need to strive for, not trying to rally behind Baba, rally behind Gachagua, rally behind Kalonzo. Those won't help us at all. Reassess yourself in your community. In this community, how can we make our community work for us? Even before you think of the national government, just start initiatives on governing yourself within the localities. Once you are so organized in your localities, you push it to the county levels, constituency level, county level, way up. That is the best way to change that nation. But if you are busy right now fighting kama tuko kwa serikali ama tuko, no, tengenezeni serikali zenu from your village, from your community, your kijiji. Make your kijiji work for you as locals. Then if anybody comes in your kijiji, they have to abide by your local laws that, hey, hapa hivi, let's say hapa hivi Aero, this is how we do. So if anybody is trying to do business in your locality, they have to abide by your rules. If any changes have to be made, you need to create those changes from down going up. And that will be like the best way to change our nation than thinking of how to cut deals at the top. That cutting deals at the top will just benefit a few. Thank you.
Thank you. Well said. To add on that issue of cutting deals, you remember before Uhuru left power, he had already found people who are able to. It was a PPP agreement to build Rironi to Mau Summit Road, and Ruto cancelled it. And now we saw the chaos that were there during the run up to the Christmas, when people had to sleep there, and now it's coming, nimepata mtu. He cancelled because deal yake hapo haikuwa. That's it. Yes, mining 1 minute as we close.
Well, thank you so much. Nimesikia Rasvik amesema kuwa the problem is this regime. Yeah, sure. It can be this regime. We can vindicate this regime, which is one of the worst, according to our own individuality, maybe, or perhaps, but in reality, these things started quite a long time. I heard Rasvik says that about NYS. NYS was started in 1972. By the first President Jomo Kenyatta. At that time, it was going well, being one of the, it was Israel's way of understanding, trying to bring us to technology, which is the modern technology. I can say the modern technology, because they started according to that technology from at that time. I remember 1983 when I was in the military, 1982, 83, 84, 85, 86, I think 87, 88, 87, 88. Before those who could go to university, they had to underwent NYS for 1 year. That's a vocational training. It's the same thing as here in Germany. The Germans have never changed it. The same thing they have been undergoing for this many years. There are those who are going to Africa, young generation, before going to university, they go to what do you call it, the community help. Those going to various there are those who going to military for 1 year. They are those going to doing different kind of vocational training for 1 year before going to university. Anyway, we are failing ourselves. We are failing ourselves. Why do I say we are failing ourselves? It's because we only hear those who are our leaders. We are failing ourselves. Andel Duale, Senator, what do you call it, this young man, what do you call him? Onyanja, Onyanja, what do you call him? Senator Onyonga, or Senator Onyanga, and so many, so many parliamentarians who are seniors in the parliament. They underwent NYS. They underwent NYS. They know what they are doing. But since most of them underwent this kind of training from NYS, after finishing their university, going back, some of them, since they didn't want it, the future generation, the young generation, which is you, and those who are younger, below you, they didn't want to do that. Anyway, although the NYS is still going on, that's why since 2018 or 2019, Uhuru revived it to say no. For those who are going at NYS, most of them who have been undergoing NYS for 2 years, they have to transform it to military or police directly. They don't have to go under so many issues because most of them have been learning it, have been training in the different scenarios, different things. I found it myself is more important more than anything else. The other thing which is Dasvik said, oh yeah, you know this thing about this regime, this regime never has been putting down about NHIF and then coming up with a different. I tell you one thing, last week, NHIF has been, how do you call it? Cow milk, or how do you call it in Kenya? Milk cow, how do you call it? Mali unakamua ng'ombe.
Cash cow.
Cash cow. It has been a cash cow. Kwenu in Kenya mulikuwa mnaita cash cow. That's hiyo ndio ubaya. Since when? And hospital never had in Kenya can transform, can do an operation of 20, 30, 40 people in a month as more best than any other national hospital, Nairobi National Hospital, Kenyan National Hospital, or how do you call it, Aga Khan? Come on. But why should we cheat ourselves? And those who are doing that one, those who are doing all these things, are the ones who are doing, who are billionaires now. Who is going to help that old person back home in a village Ishaweri, Kanyakine, or Ijara, or Namanga, or whatever, which place, who has never, even one single day, not even a single, in a month or in a year, having 1,000 Kenya shilling. Who's going to help them? And that's why you see most of the MPs, as today now where we are talking, they don't want to relinquish this thing of MPs building, getting 100 million to
CDF.
doing what CDF. Because they don't want to do, they don't relinquish it because they know where they are going to get more money. That's a stupidity. It is us ourselves, our Kenyans. We as Kenyans, we are really, really dumbfounded or brainwashed because of such a like thing. So, the share from NHIF to share, I suppose, and I presume, I'm not certain that the government transformed all these things from NHIF to share, how do you call it? They call it now something Kenya. Anyway, what I can say is one thing. We have to rethink. Yeah?
Shorten as we close.
Okay, I'm finishing it. We have to rethink ourselves. The young generation don't think about being called to a job. You have to find your job. You have to find a job yourself. You have to go to TIFET. If the best thing you can do in your lifetime, whether you have a degree, whether you have a diploma, whether you have a doctorate or you're a professor, the best thing you can do, go to TIFET, learn something that you can create yourself, something in your lifetime. Say, I created this thing, I think it can profit me, not profit you alone, can profit somebody, can make somebody be employed, can do better for the future generation. This thing of getting paperwork, a degree or whatever, then you say, I want a job. Who's going to give you a job with the papers? Nobody. Nowadays, they need skills. Skills. Without skills, you cannot get a job. And regardless whether you have a doctorate, without skills, you cannot get a job. You have to be innovative. We are in a new technology, innovative technology, so we have to rethink. My son, my daughters, I always tell them, no, you have to do whatever you need. You think it's good for you. My son, after finishing university, I told him, oh, he told me, I told, no, I don't care. Do what you think. He had to go back to, how do you call it? Mnaitanga nini? Tunaita house building huku. Mnaita nini? TVET. So he had to go back to TVET. Before even going to university, he did 1 year. He went to university, and then after finishing, he went back to TVET here in Germany. After finishing, he got a job himself. He had to apply more than 10 companies. It's nobody's going to find for you a job. It's you yourself. You have to rethink yourself. So it is us ourselves, our own fathers, our forefathers, those who are for us, before you, before me, before you guys, the young generation, they squandered the whole thing. And that's why we are in a mess now. Forget about Sakayo. Sakayo never did anything. Sakayo is a victim of his own things or promising 1,000 things. That's his own problem. But our forefathers did a very big mistake. Had they think about the future generation, most of the Kenyans now could be striving in lifetime. But anyway, it's a story of a next time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mining, for a good contribution there. And thank you, people in the comment section.
If you have a question, we can answer it very quickly before we finish.
No, there's just this poll question is messing with my head. That's the question again. As I don't see a question there, Alexio, the question is the answer. But we could have come here to say that. Yes. Why does Mining sounds familiar to me? He has been here before using a different name, maybe.
No. Mining. I've never used it.
Others, thank you very much, people in the comment section, and those who are watching us. Kindly like the video, and those in the studio, Mining, Rasvik, and those who are before us, Mama Selina, Bernard, those who are Lala, Reverend Lala. Appreciate you very much, and thank you until we meet again in the next show. Asanteni sana. Good night, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are, and God bless. Thank you.
Religious leaders from the Catholic and Anglican churches have, and the Independent Police Oversight Authority.
Now, Kenya Party leader.
Tunazunguka kote kote mchana kutwa kukuletea